Have you ever felt the hairs on the back of your neck rise when a cold breeze moves through an empty room? History holds shadows more frightening than any ghost tale. Secrets that just won't stay hidden. From lost civilizations swallowed by shifting sands to monuments with carvings that make no sense, the past holds mysteries that haunt us all. And picture yourself in front of an old tomb. Its entrance has been closed for thousands of years, yet inside there's a message no expert can read. Imagine a faraway coast where the echoes of a missing fleet still drift in the morning mist. What power brought down whole dynasties without leaving a mark? Why do some objects give off a strange energy we can't explain? Tonight, we pull back the curtain on history's most chilling puzzles. Cases so strange they blur the line between truth and legend. We'll travel to forgotten ruins, study secret writings, and challenge everything you think you know about our world. So sit back, take it easy, and let's jump in, because some mysteries just won't stay quiet. Chapter 2. The Death of Attila the Hun. Thin strip of moonlight comes through the cloth walls of a nomad's tent, lighting up drops of dew on the thick leather rugs beneath your feet. The air is heavy with the smell of wine and a faint hint of incense brought in from faraway spice caravans. Outside, the night is still except for the soft sound of the Tisa River winding through the Pannonian plain like a living thing. Here, in the heart of Attila's camp, history's greatest fighter gets ready for his final rest. On the night of March 31st, AD 453, Attila the Hun, known as the Scourge of God to the Romans, sets down the sword that once built an empire from Rome's broken pieces. Modern stories speak of a big celebration, a wedding feast for his new bride, Ildiko. We know from Priscus, the historian, that Attila drank a lot, as he always did, but what happened next fades into the fog of stories and guesswork. The old tale says that in the early morning, Attila went to his inner tent, struck by a sudden and heavy nosebleed. When dawn came, his body was found lying face down, blood pooling on the fine linens. Did he choke on his own blood, brought down by a burst blood vessel? Some historians think a medical reason makes sense. Maybe a brain aneurysm or swollen veins in the throat, common in heavy drinkers, finally gave way. Could a tough fighter, used to wounds and battles, be killed by a simple bleed? Yet other voices whisper of darker ideas. Poison, they say, given by Roman spies eager to get rid of an unstoppable enemy. Cassiodorus hints that Attila's sudden collapse had the marks of betrayal. Could Ildiko herself, newly married, maybe caught up in political games, have slipped a deadly drink into his cup? The thought stays with you, a quiet killer moving through the camp, unseen by the guards who circled their leader like wolves. Then there are those who bring up the divine. In Visigoth stories, Attila was cursed by a bishop, a spell that would strike him down at his moment of victory. On the night before his deadly feast, priests along the Danube are said to have prayed hard, warning that his winds would end, not on the battlefield, but in the quiet of his own tent. Is it just chance that the Hun, who had never lost, should fall to unseen forces? Dig teams have searched burial sites along the Tisa, looking for a warrior's grave to match the legend. None have given up Attila's remains. His body, according to Priscus, was taken back to the steppes for a secret burial, his final resting place hidden from both friend and enemy. Even the large earth mounds that dot the plains don't offer solid proof. Do these quiet hills hide the Hun king, or just the remains of lesser chiefs lost to time forever? More far-out ideas go beyond the obvious. Some suggest a sudden allergic reaction, a rare condition set off by incense smoke or a new wine brought from the east. Could a foreign spice, unknown to his system, have caused a deadly closing of his airways? Others have proposed that Attila, always aware of signs, might have taken his own life rather than face the shame of defeat. After all, he had marched to the Rhine, looted Aquileia, and forced payments from emperors. To die by his own hand would be the final act of control. In the dusty scrolls of Byzantine writers, a curious side note appears. A star seemed to grow dim above the camp on the night he died. Stargazers in Constantinople spoke of a planet's light fading, a sign of a leader's fall. Could sky events have lined up with human scheming, creating a moment where fate and plotting came together? If we jump ahead to today, the argument still rages among experts. Medical specialists replay possible scenarios in academic papers, weighing alcohol-related liver damage against aneurysms and allergic shock. Military history experts look at the political scene. Could the Eastern Roman Empire have set up a secret attack within enemy lines? Anthropologists study Hun burial customs, comparing them to nearby tribes hoping to find the lost grave. Yet for every answer found, a dozen more questions come up. Why was his widow spared public shame, allowed to leave with honor? What secret orders might Attila have given on that final night? Plans for more conquests? Instructions for his sons? Or directions for running the empire? If the Hunnic group fell apart so quickly after his death, does that point to a hidden weakness or the careful work of killers aiming to break it up? Tonight, as the wind blows through the grasslands of today's Hungary, the last chapter of Attila's story stays unwritten. No marker bears his name, no ruin stands as proof of his end. Instead, we are left with whispers in old texts, half-burned papers, and the lasting puzzle that clings to his name. What killed the man who once rode fear itself? Was it chance, a plot, or something beyond human understanding? And where in that huge stretch of steppe does his body truly lie? Under a hidden mound, scattered by time, or maybe still waiting to be found? The death of Attila the Hun remains one of history's coldest cases. And as we look into the darkness of his final hours, we are reminded that some mysteries, no matter how hard we chase them, refuse to be solved. Chapter 3. The Tomb of the Red Queen, Palenque, Mexico. As the last breath of Attila's story still hangs in our minds, we turn now to a hidden room half a world away. A tomb soaked in red silence under the thick cover of the Chiapas jungle. There, in the shadow of the great temple of the inscriptions at Palenque, Mexico, lies a grave that speaks of royal power and unanswered questions. The tomb of the Red Queen. Step through the narrow path carved into the temple's heart and feel the air grow cool and still. Flickering lamplight would dance on the rough limestone walls, each block fitted with amazing care by hands long since turned to dust. At the far end, a stone slab shows a raised picture of gods and snakes, their old eyes guiding us into an inner room. Here, hundreds of years of moisture and vines have given way to a vault, sealed in AD 702. It's quiet, unbroken until modern workers and diggers opened it up. In 1994, the famous explorer Alberto Ruz-Lhuillier and his team made the find that would capture the world's attention. Under a layer of rubble, they found a small room painted a deep red. The walls, floor, even the skeleton's bones stained by powdered cinnabar. Wearing a ceremonial mask of jade and shells, the woman inside lay in a dignified pose, her arms crossed over her chest as if still listening for distant drums. Who was she? The Maya writings of Palenque name a lady of Palenque, maybe a queen married to the mighty King Pakal, but her true identity is still argued over. Most experts point to Tzagbu Ajau, a royal figure of clear high status. Carbon dating and picture analysis suggest she died around the same time as Pakal himself, yet no writing in the tomb gives her name. Was her lack of a name a planned act of modesty or a sign of deeper political games? Some believe she was Pakal's second wife, pushed aside in official records, but honored in death by those closest to her. The tomb's red color invites more wonder. Cinnabar, a mercury sulfide mineral, was valued not only for its bright color, but for its symbolic link to life's essence, blood, energy, and the soul's power to change. Yet mercury is poisonous. Might those who prepared her burial have unknowingly put their own lives at risk? Or was the ritual use of cinnabar a deliberate call to sacred power, binding the queen's spirit to the cycle of rebirth? Imaginative voices suggest an even more puzzling purpose. Could the Red Room have served as a place for alchemy, where earth and the divine met? The layout mirrors other holy Maya sites where color and sound blend. Some think that at dawn, beams of light would hit the room's entrance, lighting up her jade mask in a single bright ray. Did such a show mark her journey to the other world, watched by priests and courtiers outside the temple? Then there are whispers of hidden vaults still waiting to be found. Ground-penetrating radar has hinted at more tunnels spreading out from the tomb, their paths lost under centuries of dirt. Might a second room hold more artifacts, fabrics written with glyphs, or maybe the tomb's true owner, a figure so respected that only the priests knew her name? If so, what treasures lie hidden, waiting for a future time to uncover their secrets? Fringe ideas have spun more far-fetched threads. Some say the Queen's mask shows star knowledge beyond what we can understand. Star maps set in jade, guiding dead souls through the Milky Way. Others, using made-up archaeology tales, hint at visitors from outer space seen in the carvings, their long faces and disc-like symbols misunderstood or ignored by regular experts. Though tempting, such ideas have no solid proof. Returning to firm ground, we must think about Palanque itself, a city of building wonders, its picture-filled panels telling of royal wins and losses. The Red Queen's tomb, buried under this tall monument, suggests her role was key to the city's fate. Yet her name is missing, her voice reduced to a quiet red echo. What forces caused her to be unnamed? Political rivalry, the fall of a dynasty, or the Maya belief that names held power even after death? As researchers go over every piece of pottery and bit of bone, the questions grow. Why was her coffin made of limestone instead of the more common painted wood? Why did workers place gifts of jade beads in her hands but leave other riches behind? What hidden messages lie in how her jewelry was placed, the arrangement of burial jars, the very shape of the room itself? Today, the Red Queen's tomb is open to curious eyes but closed to clear answers. Its red walls stand as quiet witnesses to old rituals, to a ruler both honored and forgotten. Experts keep debating, testing ideas with ever better tools. DNA tests, isotope studies of her teeth, high-detail scans of the nearby buildings. Yet for every layer of mystery pulled away, a new layer seems to appear. What drove the Maya to put so much care and color into a burial they chose not to write about? What stories lie asleep in the quiet tomb, waiting only for the right key to wake them? And perhaps most haunting of all, if this queen's story remains broken after more than 200 years, what other secrets still sleep under the ruins of Palanque, hidden by time and the steady creep of the jungle? As we step back into the fading light of this room, the air feels full of possibilities. The Red Queen may rest in undisturbed peace, but her story is far from finished. Chapter 4. The Nameless Library of Ashurbanipal. The red quiet of the Red Queen's room fades from our thoughts. We travel now to a very different kind of vault. One not of blood-red stone, but of sun-bleached clay tablets, stacked in quiet rows under the sands of old Nineveh. Here, in what was once the great palace of Assyria's last mighty ruler, Ashurbanipal, lies a storehouse of knowledge unmatched in the ancient world. A library that promised to save the wisdom of empires, yet still guards secrets we have yet to unlock. Picture the grand throne room of the Northwest Palace. Its walls once bright with vivid paintings of hunting lions and conquered kings, Beyond its arches, a hidden side room opened into a domed hall where writers bent over low benches, carving lines of cuneiform by oil lamp. Day after day, they copied myths and epics, sky observations and medical recipes, royal orders and diplomatic letters, until thousands of tablets filled dozens of shelves, each one a piece of human history. In the mid-1800s, British explorer Hormuzd Rassam dug up this treasure, hauling boxes of fragile clay back to London. Experts gasped to find the oldest known copy of the Epic of Gilgamesh, its hero's search for immortality echoing through every age, and writings on eclipses accurate enough to predict moon shadows. Yet even as translators carefully matched signs to sounds, gaps began to show. Some tablets were missing, others too damaged to read. How many stories disappeared when desert winds or invading armies swept through Nineveh? What voices have we lost forever? Most historians believe the library was destroyed around 612 BC, when Babylonians and Medes sacked the city. The palace burned, the tablets baked in the heat, fixing their marks for thousands of years. Yet the logic of conquest raises questions. If the invaders wanted to erase Assyria's power, why leave so many texts intact? Did they see the value of knowledge, or was the destruction incomplete, a result of quick looting rather than planned wiping out? Diggers have mapped the library's footprint, a rectangular room lined with benches, the shelves once set into niches in the walls. Ground-penetrating radar hints at floors under later rebuilds. Could they hide more archives, stored away during times of crisis? In one hallway, bits of obsidian mirrors and alabaster jars suggest ritual use. Did the library also serve as a space for fortune-telling, where priests looked at sky signs alongside royal records? Imaginative voices point to the lack of certain texts. References in existing tablets mention a book of the seven sages and a catalogue of secrets said to hold knowledge of alchemy and long life. Yet no copy has turned up. Were these works kept back on purpose, saved for the king's eyes only, or did they never exist outside spoken tales, slipping under history's edge like whispered spells? Some researchers look at notes in the margins, scribbles at the edges of tablets that are hard to translate. In one piece, a short chant calls on a star beyond the sky's edge, its meaning hidden by broken lines. Does this point to early sky theories lost to us, or the faint remains of secret rituals blending science and magic? Could Ashurbanipal's court have held early scientists whose work was later buried by changing beliefs? Fringe ideas weave more amazing possibilities. A handful of writers suggest the library held records of pre-flood civilizations, echoes of worlds drowned by rising waters, written in passages no longer there. Others bring up visitors from space. Might the gods of Sumerian stories represent visitors from far-off worlds, their technology hidden in hard-to-read symbols? Such ideas remain unproven, yet they stay on the edges of study, reminding us how much we long for discoveries that join myth and history. Returning to solid facts, we face the real challenges facing modern researchers. Many tablets remain undug or broken. Bits of text scattered across museums from Istanbul to New York, listed but rarely studied. Language experts work to improve translations, but cuneiform's difficulty means every new find can overturn what we thought we knew. What if a single verse tucked in a dusty vault changes how we see Mesopotamian politics or gives us a look into old medical practices far ahead of their time? Digital projects now scan tablets in high detail, creating online archives that experts worldwide can study. Yet even with advanced imaging, certain lines stay blurry from wear. Layers of repair plaster over cracked clay, hiding traces of ink that might yet reveal a lost verse or a writer's personal thoughts. What else lies under these fixes, waiting for a future time to peel away fake layers and read what was once clear? Beyond the tablets themselves, the library raises bigger questions about power and memory. Ashurbanipal, a king who championed reading and learning, made sure his library outlasted many rival kingdoms. But if knowledge is power, why did later empires fail to build on his work? Did changing cultural priorities leave the library's methods and finds ignored, their lessons buried by new languages and faiths? Today, the ruins of Nineveh lie under modern Mosul's edges, a land scarred by centuries of fighting. In 2015, extremists destroyed priceless artifacts, yet cuneiform tablets survived under fallen walls, a sign of clay's strength. International teams now work to save and study these remains, racing against time and trouble. As they sift through the rubble, each saved tablet feels like a lifeline to a lost world. A chance to hear voices that spoke across 3,000 years. And yet, for every piece brought into the light, countless others slip further into the dark. The nameless Library of Ashurbanipal keeps challenging us, a monument to human curiosity and drive, built to last forever, but subject to the same forces that erase all things. We stand at the doorway, looking into a room where time is written not in ink, but in the lasting shapes pressed into clay. What stories lie still unread among those silent tablets? What insights into early sky study, law, or philosophy remain locked behind broken edges? And perhaps most haunting of all, if the great library's contents were once meant to guide and teach, what warnings or wisdom might have been lost, leaving us unprepared for the trials of our own time? In the half-light of the archaeologist's lamp, the nameless library calls us onward, reminding us that even the greatest collections cannot capture every whisper of history. And as we close this chapter on Ashurbanipal's legacy, we are left with one final, unsettling question. How much of human knowledge has already slipped through our fingers, buried under sands we have yet to sift? Chapter 5. The disappearance of the Sumerian city of Eridu. The clay tablets of Ashurbanipal's library go back into their protective boxes. Our path leads us further back in time to the vanished city that some experts call humanity's first town. Once held by the life-giving waters of the Euphrates, Eridu lay in the shadow of reed-lined canals and mud-brick temples, its story buried under thousands of years of river soil. Today, only low mounds and scattered pieces mark its place in southern Iraq's plain. Yet under the dust, Eridu's disappearance still stirs questions deeper than any monument lost to time. Imagine standing at the edge of an old marsh, the air heavy with the smell of reeds and salt. At dawn, pale light would have shown the terraces of Eridu's holy area, rising upward like a ziggurat's quiet beginning. Pilgrims and priests moved through gates carved with pictures of the water god Enki, protector of wisdom, patron of crafts, and master of fresh springs. Here, in layer after layer of sun-dried brick, lay proof of human ambition stretching back to at least 5400 BC. Eridu's people built temple upon temple, each more fancy than the last, as if daring the gods to ask for payment. Digs in the 1940s, led by Sir Leonard Woolley, revealed 9 temples in a row at the city's heart, each one carefully taken apart and replaced. By tracing pottery styles and carbon samples, researchers set up a timeline. Eridu thrived through the Ubaid period, bridged into the rise of Uruk, and lasted well into the early dynastic age. Yet sometime after 2000 BC, its population shrank. By the time Babylonian writers mentioned Eridu among holy sites, the city's stones had begun to sink into the marsh, its greatness fading from memory. Most explanations point to changes in the environment. As the Euphrates changed course and irrigation channels clogged with silt, salt levels rose in the soil, crops failed, fish became scarce. Faced with hunger and bitter water, villagers left their homes, moving upriver to growing centers like and Uruk. Over centuries, reeds took back the ruins. Floodwaters smoothed the outlines of broken walls. Could the slow creep of ecological collapse alone explain the wiping out of a city that once marked civilization's edge? Yet gaps in the record invite deeper wonder. Woolley's team found early temple foundations suddenly cut off with no signs of slow decline. Where are the everyday items, the thrown-out pots, the broken tools, the human remains that usually pile up as a settlement fades? Instead, the heart of Eridu seems to have been emptied almost like a ceremony, as though its people carried off memories and treasures, leaving only the stones behind. What might force a community to take apart its own holy center? Local stories echo with whispers of a great flood, an event older than the Epic of Gilgamesh itself. Tales speak of water breaking through protective walls, swallowing streets and courtyards in a single night. Some researchers suggest this myth may recall a sudden rise in sea level or a wave caused by earth tremors in the Persian Gulf. Rock studies have found sudden layers of sea mud buried under Ubaid-era deposits. Could Eridu's final temple have been covered by a rush of salt water, sealing its fate in one swift blow? Imaginative voices stretch the mystery further. A handful of experts have proposed that Eridu's temples served not only religious purposes, but also as pools for ritual washing, enclosed waters whose symbolic meaning linked priests with the divine. If such a structure broke, letting loose a torrent into the city's center, might the resulting flood have had both physical and spiritual meaning, seen as the god's leaving of his earthly home? Others step into the realm of the strange. In scattered cuneiform pieces, writers mention underground rooms where Enki's water still flows. Could hidden tunnels lie under Eridu's raised mounds, passages leading to spring-fed wells, or even to rooms whose contents have yet to be found? If so, what relics of early Sumerian rule, holy texts or cult tools, might rest in darkness, waiting to be found? Fringe ideas, though unproven, hint at an even bigger scale of loss. Some link Eridu's disappearance to legends of a pre-Sumerian civilization, a before-the-flood city, older and more advanced than any known in Mesopotamia. In this view, Eridu sits on top of deeper ruins, foundations laid by a people now known only through myth. While digging has yet to confirm such layers, the idea that Eridu's origins go beyond the digger's horizon persists among those fascinated by Atlantis-like parallels. Returning to the field, modern tools offer new hope. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have mapped odd shapes within Eridu's central mound, pockets of untouched soil where intact walls could yet lie. Drone-mounted LiDAR instruments cut through plants, revealing faint outlines of vanished street grids. Yet such tools also show how much remains hidden. Whole neighborhoods stay unexamined, their story only hinted at by a few scattered artifacts. Even as experts refine carbon dates and rebuild old canal networks, the human side of Eridu's end stays out of reach. What did Enki's priests say as they watched their temples sink into the marsh? Did they raise their voices in sorrow or whisper prayers for renewal? If families carried heirlooms and sacred masks upriver, did any bit of Eridu's cultural identity survive in the courts of later city-states? In the quiet of an Iraqi sunset, the mounds of Eridu stand like tired guards, their horizons unmarked by cranes or scaffolds. Local shepherds graze goats along the slopes, unaware of the city's milestone birthdays, and under the dirt, Eridu's bones sleep on. Temple foundations, priests' tablets, and the faint echo of reed-roofed houses, all mixed with layers of mud and salt. We may never rebuild every brick or find every pot. Yet the mystery of Eridu lasts because it touches on something basic. The fragility of human effort in the face of nature, political upheaval, and the countless choices that shape a city's rise and fall. If Eridu, that cradle of kingship and ritual, could vanish so completely, what other wonders and warnings lie buried under our feet? As we leave the marsh's edge and follow the flow of history downstream, the disappearance of Eridu calls us onward. What secrets remain locked in those sunken streets? And will the next wave of exploration, armed with fresh eyes and new tools, finally bring Eridu's lost chapters back into the light? Chapter 6. The Green Children of Woolpit. The windswept mounds of Eridu fade behind us. We travel from the silent marshes of old Mesopotamia to the rolling green hills of 12th century Suffolk. There in the small village of Woolpit, under the long shadows cast by thatched roofs and wooden cottages, a different mystery took root, one that would blend folk tales, faith, and the unexplored edges of human experience. Imagine standing at the edge of a wheat field at dawn, the air still crisp, dew clinging to each stem. In the distance, the morning mist parts to show two figures stepping carefully toward the village green. Their skin glows an otherworldly color, a muted green, eyes wide with confusion. They arrive in silence, dressed in strange clothes of rough fabric, holding on to each other as if tied together by fear and wonder. Who were these children? And how did they come to wander from the darkness beyond the wolf pits for which Woolpit is named? Writers at the time, including Ralph of Coggeshall and William of Newburgh, record that the siblings spoke an unknown language and refused all food except for the leaves and beans that grew in nearby fields. Only after days of patient coaxing did they accept the sweetness of bread and roasted meat. As their green color faded, their language stayed a puzzle. Attempts to talk to them gave only gestures and broken words. Most historians see this as a sign of severe lack of food, survivors of hunger whose bodies made too much bile, giving their skin a greenish look. But does this medical explanation account for the children's insistence that they came from St. Martin's Land, a place of always twilight? Local tales offer a different picture. Some villagers believed the children had come from a world underground, a place threaded with crystal caves and lit by glowing mushrooms. In that sunless world, time moved differently and daylight was forbidden. Could such a lack of sun have caused both the children's green color and their fear of our world's bright realities? Or was this simply a fanciful way to make sense of the unexplainable? As the children got used to Woolpit, they showed more oddities. The boy, the weaker of the two, fell sick and died shortly after being baptized, his final hours marked by whispered prayers and sad songs from the local priest. The girl, baptized as Agnes, learned English and spoke of a homeland where the rivers ran black and the fields glowed in moonlight. She described her parents as pale and serious, so unlike the faces of Woolpit's farmers' wives and merchants. Was she telling of a far corner of Flanders or Germany, where strange dialects and superstitions thrived? Some experts suggest the children were Flemish refugees driven out by civil war, their green skin a result of poor diet. Yet that theory leaves unanswered why only these two should suffer such a fate among countless others equally uprooted. Fringe thinkers have proposed more startling ideas. Could the children have been lost heirs of a secret local group hidden away in crypts under the old church and twisted by Gothic rituals? Or messengers from a hidden world? Maybe survivors of a Norman sea trip to unknown lands, their origin records erased by royal order. Such ideas find little support in surviving papers. Yet they linger on the edges of imaginations that hunger for tales of hidden kingdoms. Digs around Woolpit have turned up only scattered clues. The rectangular pit that gave the village its name, once a wolf trap lined with sharp stakes. The foundations of a medieval manor house where the children were housed. The church records noting Agnes's marriage to a local worker years later. No hidden passages, no stashes of secret texts. Yet the very lack of solid proof invites us to ask what slips through the cracks of written history. Think about how memory works when Agnes told of her childhood in St. Martin's Land. Was she describing a real place shaped by the trauma of being displaced, or building a story shaped by fear and wonder? Did the villagers change her words into a shared myth, fitting them into known patterns of fairyland and otherworldly homes? Spoken stories, after all, are as much art as record, blurring fact and fable until the original picture becomes a shifting mirror. In the hundreds of years since the Green Children appeared, their story has been retold and reimagined. Songs and plays, serious studies and children's books, each retelling bends the core mystery, two pale green children stepping into the light of Woolpit's morning. Yet the heart of the puzzle lasts. How could two human beings cross the borders between worlds, whether geographic, nutritional, psychological, or perhaps something else entirely, and show up at the edge of a medieval village? Today, Woolpit's churchyard has no marker for these children, and the wolf pits have long since filled with earth. Modern visitors walk under lime trees, unaware of the tale that lies under the stones. But in quiet moments, when the wind stirs the wheat and the sky turns a deep, unsettled grey, one might almost see a figure at the field's edge, skin the colour of new leaves, whispering a story that still demands to be heard. What truths remain buried in that whispered tale? Were the Green Children refugees lost to time, strayed through a forest of fear and language barriers? Or did they come from a place that doesn't fit our categories, an echo of a world we no longer see? And perhaps most haunting, if two lone children could slip through history's net so completely, how many other voices, hidden by chance or neglect, await rediscovery? As we leave Woolpit's fields and follow the paths of our ongoing story, the mystery of the Green Children reminds us that history's shadows can take many forms, and in those shadows, the faintest flicker of colour may point the way to stories we are only beginning to understand. Chapter 7. The Death of Edgar Allan Poe. As the memory of Woolpit's mist-covered fields fades behind us, we now walk the cobblestone streets of mid-1800s Baltimore, where gas lamps flicker against a damp autumn air. Imagine a narrow alley off South Broadway, its row houses leaning close, shutters clapping in the breeze. Here, at the end of a wet October night in 1849, a lone figure stumbles into view, a thin man in worn-out black, his coat askew, eyes wild with confusion. This is Edgar Allan Poe, America's master of the macabre, arriving at a polling place that would mark the sad beginning of his early death. Historians agree that on the evening of October 3rd, Poe was found unconscious on the doorstep of Ryan's Fourth Ward voting station near Gunners Hall. Witnesses would recall his confused babbling, his clothes stained and soaked, and his repeated whispered plea, "Lord, help my poor soul." He was taken to Washington College Hospital, where he drifted in and out of delirium for 4 awful days before dying on October 7th, 1849. Yet even these plain facts leave huge areas of mystery in their shadow. Most accounts point to Poe's lifelong struggles with alcohol as the most likely cause. He was known to drink heavily at gatherings, his brilliant mind sinking into drink as easily as ink onto paper. Could a bout of severe alcoholism, maybe combined with a fever, have set off his collapse? Some experts point to the era's loose definitions of madness and shaking fits, suggesting that Poe's raving was consistent with alcohol withdrawal, made worse by being out in the weather. Yet why would a man of Poe's literary intelligence wander alone at night into a shady district where cooping gangs roamed? Cooping, the practice of grabbing unsuspecting victims, drugging them, and forcing them to vote many times in different disguises, was common during Baltimore elections. Victims were often beaten into giving in, their identities hidden by stolen clothes. Could Poe, unfamiliar with the city's underbelly, have fallen into such a scheme? The agitation and confusion recorded by his doctor, John Moran, hint at possible injury, broken bones, signs of violence, and a general state of exhaustion. Yet the hospital's records make no clear mention of wounds, leaving this idea hanging between fact and guess. Beyond alcohol and cooping, other medical explanations have come up over the years. Some doctors propose that Poe caught rabies, maybe from a stray dog bite, leading to fear of water, delirium and fast decline. Supporters of this view point to Poe's dislike of water in later stories, as well as Dr. Moran's notes of Poe's strong fear of fluids. On the other hand, others suggest that Poe's death came from undiagnosed diabetes or heart disease made worse by poor food and stress. If so, his final days might have followed the pattern of ketoacidosis or heart failure, hidden by the medical ignorance of the time. Then there are darker, more speculative possibilities. In letters and journal entries, Poe hinted at writing a novel that would reveal a national secret, a project he never finished. Could powerful interests have silenced him to keep it from coming out? Fringe historians whisper of secret groups in Baltimore, their membership unknown, willing to use any means to protect their hidden dealings. While no original source backs up such claims, the idea of a literary martyr brought down by unseen hands fits with the Gothic themes he so often used. Another line of inquiry turns to the contents of Poe's final poem, The Bells of Baltimore, unpublished and lost after his death. Some argue that within its lines lay hidden references to secret meetings at Gunner's Hall, gatherings rumored to involve city officials and underworld figures. If Poe had written about or threatened to expose their activities, might he have been forcibly removed from the picture? The tempting lack of that poem, never found among his papers, adds fuel to these guesses. Even the details of his hospital care raise questions. Dr. Moran's published account of Poe's symptoms appeared several years after the fact and conflicted with the memories of Poe's friends. No autopsy was done, and his body was buried quickly in Westminster Hall and burying ground. When friends later tried to put up a marker, they found only a simple stone, leading to rumors that his true grave lay elsewhere, unmarked and unknown. Could his body have been swapped, lost to a mass burial pit, or otherwise moved to stop later checks? In the 2000s, forensic analysis offers a possible key. Though Poe's remains have been moved over the years, hair samples kept in private collections might one day show traces of poisons or disease markers. Advanced imaging of period clothing, if any pieces survive, could reveal patterns of violence or contact with chemicals. Yet the passage of time and the broken chain of proof pose huge problems. As autumn's chill settles over Baltimore once more, the worn headstone bearing Poe's name stands silent in the gloom, its words as puzzling as the man himself. Experts keep debating, tracing every surviving letter, newspaper clipping, and hospital record for clues. Literary biographers weigh the symbols in his final works against the stark facts of his death. Historians search election records for signs of cooping, while medical experts pick apart the unclear details of 1800s diagnosis. What then truly killed Edgar Allan Poe? Was he the victim of his own tortured genius, consumed by drink and despair? Or did he fall prey to the violent plans of political operatives, erased to protect secrets darker than any tale he ever wrote? Could a rare disease, an act of self-preservation gone wrong, or a final unseen blow have taken one of the world's greatest storytellers from us? We may never put together a full, clear story from the broken bits of testimony and rumor, yet in admitting we don't know, we honor Poe's lasting legacy, his strange ability to live in the space between the known and the unknowable. And as the fog drifts across Baltimore's quiet graveyard, we are left to wonder, in the faintest whisper of the wind, do we hear Poe's own voice urging us onward, deeper into the shadows of history's most chilling puzzle? Chapter 8. The Long U Caves. The mist that once clung to Baltimore's gravestones fades from our minds. We now find ourselves in east-central China, where gentle river plains give way to the weathered cliffs of Zhejiang province. Here, tucked among rice paddies and quiet villages, lies an amazing network of underground halls carved into stone, the Long U Caves. whose very existence challenges written records and our understanding of Old World skill. Approach the entrance of Cave 1 at dawn, and you'll first notice the impossibly smooth walls, their surfaces lined with regular chisel marks that catch the pale light like waves on a dark sea. Each room spans more than 30 meters in length, 20 meters in width, and rises some 30 meters overhead, creating a hollow space larger than many medieval cathedrals. The floor is flat as a tabletop, and the roof is held up by carefully cut pillars, as if an unseen builder demanded perfection from the stone. How did workers carve these caves with such sameness more than 2,000 years ago? Local farmers stumbled upon the first cave in 1992, draining a pool of still water to reveal a wide mouth in the earth. Soon 5 more caves appeared around the same quarry site, and later surveys have since brought the total to 24 separate rooms. Yet nowhere in the records of the Qin dynasty or the Han court is there mention of workers chipping out these huge hollows. What leader ordered their building, and why was every trace of their beginning erased from the scrolls? Most diggers guess that the caves were part of a large sandstone quarry, a source of building materials for nearby imperial projects. Tool marks on the walls look like those left by pickaxes and chisels, suggesting hand digging. Carbon dating of dirt layers hints at a time around 500 BC, placing the cave's creation in the late spring and autumn period. But if they supplied stone for palaces or city defenses, why is there no matching building made of the same unique stone? And why do all the rooms face slightly different directions instead of lining up toward any known old capital? Built into the rooms are channels and troughs, subtle grooves carved into the base of some walls. When researchers poured water into these troughs, the liquid disappeared into hidden drain pipes, showing a deep understanding of how fluids move. Could these pipes have been used to control floodwaters or to carry out ritual cleansing? Or were they just leftovers from quarrying, meant to keep the work floor dry? The care with which these channels were carved suggests a purpose beyond just pulling out stone. Imaginative voices offer other ideas. Some suggest the cave served as secret military storage, keeping weapons and grain in steady temperatures. Others argue for a religious use, underground sanctuaries where shamans spoke with ancestor spirits, the echoing rooms making their chants sound almost otherworldly. In one cave, the acoustics turn a whisper into a low, humming sound, an effect some believe was purposely built to inspire awe or even fear among new members. The way the pillars are set, each in strict geometric order, invites comparison with later royal tombs, suggesting a shared tradition of huge stonework. Yet the lack of any burial items or human remains leaves these halls eerily empty. Were they ever used for worship or burial? Or were they built as purely practical spaces? If the latter, what does that say about the scale of ancient government planning, able to bring together thousands of workers for a project whose size overshadows the largest known Sumerian ziggurats? Fringe ideas push the mystery even further. A handful of fans guess that the Longyu Caves are the remains of an advanced civilization that came before Chinese records, a lost kingdom swallowed by the earth or reshaped by ground movements. Some online forums play with the idea that the smoothness of the walls points to the use of power tools, hinting at technology hundreds of years ahead of its time. While no physical proof backs up such claims, the sheer unlikeliness of hand building on this scale keeps fueling such guesswork. Ground-penetrating radar surveys around the site have found odd shapes, voids hidden by centuries of dirt, possible extensions of the existing rooms, yet digging risks collapse, and local officials move carefully. What might lie beyond these sealed hallways? More rooms, storage spaces filled with relics, or maybe the signatures of those who carved them. If new passages come to light, they could change our understanding of regional history, providing the missing link between these caves and the dynasties that followed. Material analysis of the carved stone shows no traces of metal alloys or tool leftovers beyond simple iron tools. Microscopic exams of the tool marks confirm a steady hand, as though a single team worked non-stop for decades. Who led this project and under what order? If a ruler's command drove the work, why did later kings allow knowledge of the caves to disappear from government files? Was it a deliberate wiping out, maybe to hide a failure or a change in power that made the site politically awkward? Beyond human action, nature adds another layer of puzzle. The sandstone in this area tends to crack, yet the caves remain amazingly intact after more than 2,000 years. Could underground water have smoothed the walls after they were first carved, creating the even ripples we see today? Or did the builders guess how the earth would change, carving the rooms to resist time's wear? The mix of nature and craft here is as deep as the mystery of the cave's origin. As the sun drops behind distant hills, the Longyu caves take on an otherworldly glow, their stone surfaces lighting up in warm ochre tones. The silence inside is easy to feel, broken only by the soft drip of groundwater and the faint whisper of wind through hidden shafts. Standing in these shadowy halls, one feels the weight of human effort, each chisel mark a sign of work now hidden by the passing of centuries. What drove old hands to carve such vast emptiness? And for what purpose were these halls meant? Will future explorations uncover writings or artifacts that shed light on this huge project? Or will the caves remain a lasting puzzle, their story carved in stone, but unreadable to all but the most curious minds? As we come out once more into the fading light, the Longyu caves stand silent, guardians of a tale yet untold, and we are left to wonder what other wonders lie buried under the earth's surface, waiting patiently for a chance to whisper their secrets into the light. Chapter 9. The Lost Army of Cambyses, 2As. We step out of the cool silence of the Longyu caves and into the open air. Our journey takes us from stone-carved vaults to the vast, sun-scorched expanse of Egypt's western desert. Here, under an unrelenting heat haze, lie the shifting sands where, according to old tales, Cambyses II's army vanished without a trace. A puzzle that has haunted historians and adventurers for over 2,000 years. Imagine standing on top of a wind-shaped dune just beyond the Siwa oasis. The horizon ripples in gold and bronze, and every footstep threatens to sink into fine, weightless grains. In the distance, the jagged shape of the Gilf Kabir Plateau marks the line between life and oblivion. It was here in 525 BC that the Persian king Cambyses, fresh from taking over Egypt, sent a force of some 50,000 men to guard his western border. A week later, they were never seen again. Herodotus tells us that the soldiers were swallowed by a great sandstorm, their tents and weapons scattered like fallen sails. Most experts accept that extreme desert conditions, burning daytime heat, freezing nights, and the constant threat of sand could break even the toughest troops. Thirst, confusion, and the unforgiving layout of salt flats and rocky hills would have worked together to kill any sense of direction. Yet digs have uncovered no mass grave, no rusted weapons, no bleached bones, nothing but an endless sea of dunes. Modern trips have looked for traces of traces, shallow graves dotted with a single rusted arrowhead, bits of pottery half buried by wind. Satellite images reveal faint lines where old caravan routes once ran between water wells. Rock experts note that flash floods can turn dry valleys into rushing torrents within hours, washing away any fragile proof of human struggle. Could a sudden flood have swallowed Cambyses' men, sweeping them into underground channels and leaving only silence across the desert floor? Other experts point to the loss of reliable water sources. The ancient canals that once fed wells may have fallen into disrepair after Alexander's conquest, leaving lifelines unmarked on maps. If the Persians followed outdated directions, or if their guides misnamed local places, soldiers might have marched past oasis after oasis without knowing. How many died of thirst within sight of safety, their cries lost in the shifting winds? Yet, for every plausible idea, another question arises. Why did no nearby tribes who regularly crossed these routes find and report the leftovers of such a huge army? Nomadic Bedouin, skilled in desert tracking, would surely have come across signs of hundreds of campsites or quickly abandoned gear. Their silence suggests either that nothing remained or that any remains were deliberately hidden. But by whom and for what purpose? Imaginative voices take the mystery further. Some fringe historians propose that Cambyses' army never meant to cross the desert at all, but was led into a trap by misleading guides paid by rival groups in the Persian court. Others suggest that underground caves, now collapsed, once formed a maze under the sands, swallowing whole groups of soldiers like a stone mouth. Ground surveys have found empty spaces under certain dunes, yet digging risks collapse, and so the question stays open. More far-out ideas bring in the supernatural. Local legends speak of jinn, desert spirits known to lead travelers astray, to whom the army unknowingly made an offering. Could the Persians have trespassed on holy ground, waking old guardians that sent them into endless wandering? Such tales, though unproven by hard evidence, remind us that humans have long tried to explain unexplainable loss through myth. Then there is the tempting suggestion of visitors from space. A handful of researchers point to unusual rock shapes, giant round dips in the desert floor, and guess about old landing sites. They propose that Cambyses' soldiers ran into something beyond their understanding and were taken elsewhere. Their disappearance recorded only in whispers of men lost to the sky. While no artifacts have backed up these claims, the very persistence of such ideas speaks to our deep fascination with the unknown. Returning to solid facts, we find that Cambyses himself never mentioned the disaster in his writings. Egyptian temple records from the time make no note of a huge Persian group marching into oblivion. This lack of evidence raises its own puzzle. If an army of 50,000 vanished, would not the political or supply effects be recorded by a careful government? Or did later writers, whether Greek, Egyptian, or Persian, choose to bury the incident, afraid of the blow it dealt to royal pride? In the early 1900s, explorer Sir Henry Blenkin followed Herodotus's account, mapping every landmark described in the old text. His journals tell of moments of eerie calm, winds dropping to leave a mirror-smooth surface, only to surge again with dust and sharp stone bits. Blenkin's final entry, before broken gear forced him to turn back, describes his own compass spinning wildly as if affected by hidden magnetic oddities. Could the desert itself hold forces that twist navigation, leading men ever farther from civilization? Today, the western desert remains both unwelcoming and alluring. Satellite-guided teams probe under dunes with ground-penetrating radar. Diggers work with local Bedouin to share knowledge of old paths, and digital rebuilds try to model the army's likely route based on supply lines and terrain. Yet despite these advances, no clear trace of Cambyses' lost army has come to light. What then truly took the lives of those 50,000 men? Was it the unrelenting cruelty of nature, heat, thirst, and the shifting sands? Or a more complex mix of human error, political scheming, and hidden dangers? Could undiscovered graves or artifacts lie under the dunes, waiting for the right time and the right tools to bring them to light? And perhaps most haunting of all, if such a huge force can vanish so completely, what other human efforts may lie buried in the world's far corners, their stories swallowed by time? As the sun drops below the desert horizon, casting long shadows across endless ridges of sand, the lost army of Cambyses II remains one of history's most chilling mysteries. We leave its silent battlefield with more questions than answers, reminded that some secrets, like the desert itself, refuse to give in, no matter how hard we chase them. Chapter 10. The Unknown Man E. Screaming Mummy. as the shifting sands of Egypt's western desert give way to the cool hallways of the Valley of the Kings. We leave behind the ghosts of Cambyses' vanished army and step into a dimly lit tomb where another puzzle awaits. In the heart of KV-35, the burial place of Amenhotep II, a lone figure lies in endless torment, his features frozen in a silent scream that goes beyond time. Here, within walls carved by old artists, unknown man E rests on a stone bench, wrapped in linen stained with resin, his mouth wide open and his body twisted as if caught in the instant of death's final pain. Found in 1881 by the digs of Victor Loret, this mummy was first listed among the stash of royal remains hidden to protect them from grave robbers. Yet unlike the calm poses of kings and queens, unknown man E's face is unsettling. His eyes, now sunken and empty, once opened wide in fear or surprise. His hands grip the wrappings at his shoulders as if trying to get free from unseen ties. The linen folds come together in deep creases around his throat, a snapshot of the body that has puzzled doctors for more than 100 years. Most Egypt experts have searched every available record for a name. Some suggest he was a prince, maybe Webensenu, son of Amenhotep II, whose early death around 1350 BC might explain why he is here. Others say he was an official or priest put to death for treason during the reign of Amenhotep III, his body ritually damaged before being hidden among royal mummies. Chemical tests of his wrappings show high levels of natron and bitumen, matching elite embalming practices. Yet no burial writings go with him. If he once held noble status, why was his identity erased? Forensic exams have added more layers to the mystery. X-rays find no obvious head injury, and the position of his ribs suggests a sudden, violent collapse rather than a long illness. His teeth show little sign of decay, pointing to a life of comfort and a diet rich in protein. Some medical experts point to possible suffocation, maybe smothering or strangling, while others note the possibility of a severe allergic reaction or heart attack. Yet none of these explanations fully accounts for the dramatic look carved into his face, nor for the lack of wounds that would settle any simple diagnosis. Ideas that border on the speculative have grown on the edges of study. A few voices whisper of ritual sacrifice, an offering to calm bad signs that threatened the pharaoh's rule. Could unknown man E have been chosen to carry the sins of the court? His scream a spiritual echo meant to please the gods? Others suggest political scheming so strong that plotters demanded his name be wiped from memory, sending him into anonymity even in death. But without a papyrus record or a carved figurine, such guesses remain as shadowy as the tomb's hidden rooms. Even more extraordinary are the ideas that play on the supernatural. In 1900s journals, hobbyist researchers drew parallels between his expression and the distortions of modern horror art, suggesting that the tomb itself, cursed by centuries of looting, printed pain onto his face. A handful of esoteric writers speak of a curse let loose when the stash was opened, claiming that explorers and museum workers who handled the mummy had nightmares of being trapped in underground darkness. These tales, though not backed up by accounts from the time, highlight our lasting fascination with the line between the living and the dead. Today, unknown man E rests behind glass in museum vaults, hidden from casual view, yet always present in the shared imagination. High-detail scans offer tempting hints of his soft tissue structure, while digital rebuilds try to bring his last expression back to life in 3 dimensions. Yet each new technique seems only to deepen the puzzle. Why did the embalmer keep the pain of his final breath, rather than smoothing it into the calm look usual for the elite? As we leave the cool quiet of KV-35 and climb toward the desert light, the silent scream of unknown man E lingers in memory. Who was this man? And what happened to him in a world of royal splendor and brutal power struggles? Was his death the result of a private revenge, a state-approved punishment, or something beyond human understanding? And perhaps most unsettling of all, if a man of high status could vanish so completely from history, his very identity erased, what other voices remain buried under the sands, their stories waiting to be heard? Chapter 11. The Codex Gigas, Devil's Bible. As the echo of that silent scream fades under the dry air of the Valley of the Kings, we now turn our gaze westward to a dimly lit monastery writing room in 13th century Bohemia, where a single book sits bound in aged animal skin, its size as striking as its legend. This is the Codex Gigas, known to many as the Devil's Bible, a huge manuscript whose very presence commands both awe and unease. Imagine walking into a plain room, its wooden shelves bent under the weight of centuries. Lantern light dances across a massive book nearly 3 feet tall and a foot thick, its pages yellowed with age. The book's covers have darkened iron clasps, heavy enough to need 2 hands just to open. Inside, every page is handwritten in a steady, elegant script, each line of Latin inked within perfectly ruled edges. At the heart of this huge work lies a full-page drawing of a horned figure, its black robe stretching across the parchment, eyes fixed on the reader with unsettling calm. How did a medieval monk, or maybe many, produce such a feat of endurance and art? Most historians trace the Codex Gigas to the Benedictine monastery of Podlajic, founded around 1218 in what is now the Czech Republic. Surviving notes within the text suggest it was put together in the early 1220s, possibly by a single scribe. The book combines the whole Latin Bible with a collection of historical records, medical writings, magical formulas, and texts on penance, an all-in-one storehouse of knowledge. Yet no other manuscript from that time comes close to its size or ambition. What drove its creator to spend years, maybe decades, on this huge task? Legend has it that a monk named Herman the Recluse, facing punishment for a grave sin, vowed to create a book that would honor the monastery for 1,000 years or face death by being walled up. When days of work gave little result, the story goes, he called on Satan's help, a deal made in midnight shadows, the devil lending his hand to finish the manuscript in a single night. The shiny gold picture of the horned figure, placed next to an image of the heavenly city, became a sign of that famous bargain. Yet while no record from the time backs up Herman's existence, the tale lives on, a lasting reminder of how myth tries to fill the gaps left by history's silence. Modern study approaches the Codex Gigas with both respect and doubt. Handwriting analysis confirms the sameness of the script, pointing to a single scribe or a tightly coordinated team working under the same hand. Carbon dating of the animal skin points to the early 1200s, matching monastery records. Chemical tests show inks made from oak galls and iron sulfate, typical medieval ingredients, applied with quill pens at an amazing speed. Yet even with these facts, questions remain. How many hours each day could a monk work at such exacting detail without breaking down? Were helpers used for the more routine tasks of preparing the skin and mixing the ink? The manuscript's contents further deepen its mystery. Beyond the Bible, it contains Isidore of Seville's encyclopedia, Josephus's Jewish history, old medical recipes for treating wounds and fevers, and even charms against demons. A later chapter lists the names of monasteries destroyed by the Mongol invasions of 1241 to 1242, suggesting the book was updated decades after it was first made. Why then did its keepers save the original pages so carefully? And why has no clear name of the writer or owner ever been found? Some researchers point to the Codex's travels across Europe as proof of its value. After the monastery was closed in 1593, the manuscript was taken by Emperor Rudolf II and brought to Prague. In the 30 Years' War, Swedish troops looted the imperial collection, carrying the Codex Gigas to Stockholm in 1648, where it remains in the National Library. Each move saved it from being lost, yet no notes from owners or travelers appear from these trips. Was the book seen as too holy, too cursed, or simply too big to write in? Speculative ideas go beyond the limits of normal history. A few suggest that the Codex Gigas includes secret knowledge passed down from pre-Christian traditions, bits of lost Gnostic texts, or even hidden instructions for calling up spirits. The mix of holy scripture with magical rituals has been seen as a sign of mixing beliefs, maybe reflecting tensions within monastery communities over the line between faith and forbidden knowledge. Is the Devil's Bible truly a storehouse of heresy hidden inside orthodox covers, or just a complete collection reflecting the medieval mind's blurry line between religion and early science? Other fringe voices suggest that the Codex's unusual size hints at an origin outside the monastery world. Could its materials, animal skin from hundreds of animals, have been ordered by a royal patron or secret group, using the monastery only as a finishing workshop? Such an idea remains unsupported by surviving financial records, yet it highlights how much of the book's making has been lost to time. Recent digital imaging projects offer new ways to investigate. Multispectral scans have revealed faint sketches under the final drawings, early plans that hint at the scribe's changing vision. On some pages, erased and rewritten lines show corrections, suggesting a step-by-step process rather than a single perfect run. Could a future breakthrough identify the scribe's unique handwriting in other manuscripts, linking the Codex Gigas to a larger body of medieval work? Even the Devil's picture invites new study. Art historians debate its stylistic links to Romanesque art, noting similarities with demon figures in regional bestiaries. The figure's unclear gesture, one hand raised in blessing, the other holding the Book of Life, raises questions about its intended message. Was it a warning to the faithful, a visual puzzle reminding monks of the thin line between salvation and damnation? Or does it serve a more practical purpose, marking a section of penitential prayers meant to ward off evil? Today, the Codex Gigas sits behind protective glass, reachable only by appointment. Its huge pages are rarely turned, yet its reputation draws experts and curious visitors alike. In its presence, one feels the weight of countless hours, the quiet of devoted work, and the lasting whisper of a legend that refuses to die. What thoughts went through the mind of its creator as pen met parchment in those candle-lit nights? What secrets remain hidden within its layered texts, waiting for the right eye to see them? As we step away from the silent grandeur of this medieval masterpiece, the Devil's Bible stays poised between fact and fable, its true origins as hard to pin down as the shadows cast by its iron clasps. And we are left to ask, what other lost chapters of history lie bound in silence on animal skin pages, their stories yet waiting to be brought into the light? Chapter 12. The Death of Amy, Robsart. As the Devil's Bible closes its iron-clasped covers, we leave behind the quiet of monastery silence and step into the rolling hills of 1500s Berkshire, where an elegant manor rises above mist-covered fields. Once the home of Sir John Robsart and his wife Amy, Cumnor Place now bears only traces of its former glory, a ruined hall, ivy-covered walls, and a mossy staircase where tragedy struck on the morning of September 8th, 1560. Imagine crossing the dew-damp grass toward the eastern wing, where two narrow windows arch over a winding staircase. Through one pane, pale sunlight would have filtered into the hallway. Through the other, a final look as Amy Robsart went down those very steps. According to people at the time, her skirts caught on a railing, sending her tumbling down the stone stairs into a shadowed room below. There at the bottom of the landing she lay dead, her neck broken, her body still warm, her servant too far above to hear a cry. Was this an accident, a desperate act, or something more sinister? Most historians note that Amy's fall had the marks of a sad accident. She had reportedly been suffering from bouts of illness and sadness, and her servants were busy elsewhere that morning. The coroner's inquest was held quickly, concluding that she had died from a fall from the top of the stairs. No sign of foul play, no bruises beyond what one might expect, no witnesses to a struggle led the jury to accept accidental death. Yet the speed with which news of her death spread through Elizabethan London suggests that not everyone believed the verdict. Rumours swirled around her husband, Robert Dudley, a favourite of Queen Elizabeth I. Their marriage had been strained by his frequent absences at court, where he competed for royal favour. Could Amy's death have been planned to free Dudley from marriage and clear his path to a better match, perhaps even with the Queen herself? Letters from ambassadors in 1560 hint at whispered gossip. Lady Robsart did fall by mischance, or so they say, yet who can be sure? But no direct accusation found its way into government papers. Some experts point to the political climate of the time. Dudley's nearness to the throne made him a target for rival groups. If he stood to gain from Amy's death, so too did those who wished to see him shamed. Could enemies of the Dudley circle have engineered the accident to frame him, ensuring that the Queen would never see him as a husband? In a court full of scheming, the line between friend and foe was very thin. Other voices focus on Amy's health and state of mind. Writers from the time record that she had suffered from ongoing headaches and fainting spells, illnesses consistent with meningitis or a brain tumor. Could a sudden seizure have caused her to lose her balance on the stairs? If so, her death would come as a cruel end to unspoken suffering. But if illness alone took her life, why did no doctor's notes or household letters survive to back up such a condition? Speculative ideas offer still darker possibilities. A handful of conspiracy-minded writers proposed that Amy was drugged, her cup laced with a slow-acting poison that left her confused and led to her deadly fall. Tales of traces found in a letter describing her Last Supper have been mentioned as suggestive, though no test from that time could detect poison. If true, a secret killer might have moved quietly through Cumnor's hallways, leaving no trace but a death that looked like an accident. More exotic ideas hint at warning signs and curses. In local legend, Cumnor Place was said to sit on old burial grounds, its oak beams rumoured to have been saved from a ruined abbey. Could the restless spirits of the past have marked Amy for doom? Folk tales collected in the 1600s speak of servants hearing footsteps on the stairs at night and of ghostly cries echoing through the hall. While such accounts came long after her death, they show how tragedy gave birth to generations of haunting stories. Efforts to uncover physical proof have turned up only bits and pieces. Digs in the 1800s found parts of the stone battlements and some carved stonework, but the stairway itself had fallen apart. Written records, household accounts, letters, and the coroner's inquest give tempting but incomplete details. A silk scarf found at the scene, a bruise on Amy's temple, a maid's tear-stained memory of footsteps, and a muffled thud. Each clue teases a possible story without confirming any single one. In recent years, literature experts have revisited the case through the lens of Shakespeare's plays. Echoes of Amy's fall appear in stories of mistaken death, of heroines caught between love and political need. While artistic takes cannot replace historical fact, they remind us how her story resonated in the shared imagination, how a single, unexplained death can inspire story after story, each adding new meaning to the original event. As the sun sets over the overgrown remains of Cumnor Place, the wind stirs the broken columns and sends a chill through the empty window frames. Amy Robsart's fate stays caught between accident and plot, between a life cut short by unseen forces or unseen weaknesses. In the lack of clear answers, what remains is her image, a young woman who vanished from the staircase into legend. What truly happened on that autumn morning in 1560? Was Amy Robsart the victim of her own frailty, a piece in a royal game of ambition, or the target of a nameless agent aiming to disrupt royal favour? And if the stones of Cumnor could speak, what whispers of guilt or innocence might they reveal? The mystery of her death lives on, inviting us to question how the mix of personal tragedy and political manoeuvring can leave a wound that time cannot fully heal. Chapter 13. The mysterious death of Meriwether Lewis. As the ivy-covered ruins of Cumnor Place fade into memory, we now turn our gaze westward, across rolling plains and whispering pines to a lonely tavern beside the Red River in Tennessee. Known then as Grinder's Stand, this simple rest stop would become the scene of one of early America's most lasting puzzles, the mysterious death of Meriwether Lewis. Picture the dusty trail at dusk in October 1809. The sky a wash of red and gold, the air heavy with the smell of damp earth and pine sap. At the edge of the stand's rough-hewn porch, a horse's sides gleamed with sweat as its rider got off, boots echoing on the worn boards. Meriwether Lewis, explorer, statesman, and then governor of the Louisiana Territory, walked into the dim room, his face drawn and his eyes distant. Inside, lantern light danced across a lone table scattered with papers, official dispatches, personal journals, and perhaps notes on his next trip north. That night, Lewis went to a small room under the roof. At first light on October 12th, a worker found him on the floor, badly wounded by 2 pistol shots, one to the head, another to the stomach. Lewis was carried across the road to the riverbank, but he died before a doctor could arrive. His scalp was nearly torn off. His hands showed no signs of a fight. The doctor who came deemed it a suicide, likely caused by bouts of depression and the heavy load of his job. Yet even this medical verdict has never silenced the questions. Most historians agree that Lewis was in a troubled state in the months before his death. His journals show a man bothered by sadness and physical problems, severe pain, repeated fevers, and shakes that may have come from mercury-based treatments common at the time. He had argued with those under him and asked Washington for money and recognition. Could such personal and political pressures have driven him to take his own life in a moment of despair? The 2 wounds, one through the mouth, another through the heart, have been cited as proof of a determined act of self-destruction. Yet other voices urge caution. Why, critics ask, would Lewis load 2 pistols and set himself up to fire one into his mouth, then stagger across the room to fire the second into his chest? And why did no note appear, no final letter to his wife, no goodbye message, despite Lewis's careful nature and habit of writing down his thoughts? The refusal of the cabin's owner, Robert Grinder, to let Lewis's group in for breakfast that morning, citing a late arrival, further complicates the picture. Was Lewis left alone for hours, open to intruders, or was he given time to act unseen? Speculation naturally turns to the possibility of murder. The frontier was full of rivalries, land speculators, fur traders, and political enemies, with plenty of reasons. Some suggest that those who stood to gain from Lewis's large land grants or close knowledge of territorial politics saw a chance to silence him. A rival merchant, bent on controlling trade along the river, might have slipped into Lewis's room during the night, staging the scene to look like suicide. The lack of a thorough investigation by local officials, hindered by distance from federal oversight, has only fueled such guesses. Into these mainstream ideas weave more speculative threads. A few fringe historians propose that Lewis had found proof of corruption deep within President Jefferson's administration, or perhaps within the secret circles of Washington's elite. Could his death have been planned to completely erase potentially explosive documents? Some accounts speak of missing journals, pages torn from Lewis's field books, never recovered after his body was moved from the riverbank. If so, what truths might they have contained about secret deals with Native American tribes hidden land agreements, or early resource surveys. Local lore adds another layer of mystery. In the years after Lewis's death, travelers reported hearing anguished cries near the old stand, especially on foggy nights. Some claimed to see a lantern bobbing in the woods, as though its bearer was looking for help that never came. Whether these tales reflect shared grief or real lingering events, they show how deeply the event left its mark on the area's mind. Ghost stories, after all, often appear where facts aren't enough. Even forensic possibilities beckon. Lewis's remains themselves have been subject to rumors of digging up, proposals to examine bone fragments for gunpowder traces or bullet paths. Yet the grave, moved due to family disputes and later moves, has become uncertain. Without a confirmed skeleton, any modern ballistic study remains out of reach. Could a future genetic or isotope test, if Lewis's remains could be clearly identified, show traces of poisons or physical stress that don't fit with suicide? Biographers also explore Lewis's own writings, searching for hidden messages in his prose. Did he hint at his own death through indirect references to the final river or the dark path ahead? Or does the emotional intensity of his last entries just reflect the burdens of exploration, losses suffered on the trail, relationships left behind? The mix of Lewis's personal story and the stark facts of his end highlights how memory and myth blend together when there's no clear answer. As we step away from the overgrown site of Grinder's Stand, now crossed by a modern highway, the river's current hurries on, uncaring about human tragedy. The place where Lewis fell has no marker beyond a small plaque, itself subject to weather and the steady creep of the forest. No matter how hard we look, the details of his death may forever escape certainty. What forced Meriwether Lewis to strike those deadly blows, if indeed he struck them himself? Or did a hidden hand seal his fate under the roof of October 11th? Are his lost journals hidden in an archive yet to be found, their pages brittle with age and revelation? And if the frontier claimed him as its latest victim, what does that say about the cost of discovery and the puzzles that greet us at history's edge? In the quiet of twilight by the Red River, the question lingers. What truths remain buried in the shadows of Grinder's Stand, waiting for a chance to flow once more into the light? Chapter 14. The Roman dodecahedrons. As the last echoes of frontier whispers fade beside the Red River, we now travel back across centuries and continents to a quiet corner of the Roman Empire, where an unassuming artifact continues to puzzle diggers and historians alike. In a storage room under the crumbling stones of a 4th-century villa, a small bronze object rests calmly on dusty shelves. A dodecahedron, its 12 flat faces marked by circular holes of different sizes, each meeting its neighbors at perfectly measured angles. Here, in the fading light of ancient times, lies a mystery that has survived wars, decay, and scholarly debate: the Roman dodecahedron. Imagine picking up this curious object into the lamplight. Its bronze surfaces are worn smooth by time, the edges rounded by centuries of handling, and yet each face still bears a faint marking or decorative pattern. Tiny knobs at each point catch your fingertip. No Roman text from the time explains its creation or use. Fewer than 100 examples have been found, scattered from northern Gaul to the Oder River, with a surprising number dug up in the heart of Germania. Why did craftspeople across the empire make these 12-sided forms, each hollow and carefully cast, only to leave no written record of their purpose? Most theories lean toward practical uses. Some experts suggest the dodecahedrons served as measuring tools, perhaps for checking distances in land surveying or plotting the path of catapults by sighting through the holes. Others think they were knitting aids, used to make the fingers of gloves, the different hole sizes guiding different thicknesses of yarn. Hands-on diggers have even recreated knitting samples, showing that a flexible thread looped through different faces could yield consistent glove patterns. Yet if these objects were common tools, why did their making stop so suddenly by the early 400s? And why are no pictures of them found in Roman mosaics or craft manuals? Beyond these practical explanations, a deeper layer of mystery appears. In some villa ruins, dodecahedrons are found alongside jeweled rings, ritual cups and offering figurines. Could they have had a ceremonial role, perhaps in reading the movements of the sky? The 12 faces might match the months of a moon calendar, the holes framing key stars at different times of the year. Did augurs, those old priests who read the gods' will in bird flight and cloud shapes, use these bronze forms to predict seasonal signs? When looking through a particular face at dawn, might an observer catch the rising of a specific star, then turn that glimpse into guidance for planting fields or declaring war? Imaginative voices wander further afield. A handful of researchers have suggested that the dodecahedrons represented a symbolic shape, each one made as a charm of cosmic balance. Plato wrote of the dodecahedron as the shape the gods used to map the stars, a vessel for the soul's journey through the heavens. Did late antique mystics reuse this Platonic idea, forging bronze symbols that connected philosophy, religion, and personal change? If so, the lack of written references might reflect the secrecy of hidden cults whose members guarded such knowledge from the prying eyes of empire officials. In parts of Roman Britain, several dodecahedrons have turned up near the remains of rectangular temples. Local folk memory recalls that until the Middle Ages, villagers believed these heavenly dice foretold hunger or plague, depending on the pattern of sunlight shadows cast through their faces at midsummer. Were these surviving myths born of ancestral memory, echoes of a time when the dodecahedron's shape truly guided farming rituals? Or are they the product of later imagination, a way to attach meaning to objects whose original use vanished with the Roman legions? Material analysis adds new data, yet deepens the puzzle. Metal studies reveal variations in bronze mix, from copper-rich blends in northern finds to tin-heavy mixtures near Italy, suggesting that dodecahedrons were made in many workshops rather than a single imperial factory. Could local blacksmiths, responding to regional tastes or specific orders, have given each piece unique features related to its intended use? If so, might subtle differences in weight or surface indicate different jobs? Some for surveying, others for ritual, still others for decoration? Interestingly, no dodecahedron has ever been found in a clear burial setting. Unlike coins or personal jewelry, these objects do not accompany human remains in graves, nor do they appear in treasure hoards alongside everyday tools. Their careful placement in the spaces where people lived and worked hints at a role woven into daily life, important enough to keep, yet too precious or too puzzling to be thrown away. What personal value did these forms hold for their owners that they survived storms and invasions, only to be hidden on purpose when danger loomed? Fringe ideas reach beyond archaeology into the realm of speculative science. A small but vocal group suggests that dodecahedrons were part of an early set of mechanical knowledge, primitive proto-gyroscopes used to steady war machines or measure the Earth's slow spin. They point to the object's balanced weight, which when spun on a central axis could reveal shifts in flat surfaces. While no Roman author described such technology, the idea would predict much later inventions by centuries, a tempting hint of hidden creativity. Recent advances in 3D scanning and virtual reality allow researchers to model light paths and airflow through the dodecahedron's faces. These simulations reveal complex patterns of light and breeze, suggesting that the objects could adjust indoor lighting, perhaps in dark rooms for rituals, or in the holds of ships to measure wind direction. If a hollow dodecahedron hung by a string moved slightly in a crosswind, a sailor might read its movement as a guide to adjust sails. Yet the results are not clear, pointing only to the device's many possible uses rather than a single clear function. Even the dodecahedron's disappearance by the late Roman period raises questions. As the empire broke apart under outside pressure and internal decline, why did this intriguing form vanish completely? If it once had practical value, would later cultures not have reused it? If it held sacred meaning, would Christian leaders not have banned it as pagan imagery? The silence of medieval records on this object's continued use or suppression leaves a gap where history should speak most clearly. Today, the scattered collection of Roman dodecahedrons rests in museum cases, each one a silent sign of an unknown purpose. We can turn them in our hands, trace the curves of their holes, feel the cool weight of metal shaped by hands long gone. And yet their story remains temptingly incomplete, as if caught between the practical and the mystical, the everyday and the amazing. What then were the Roman dodecahedrons meant to be? Tools for workers or keys to cosmic insight? Devices for calculating or symbols for new members of a group? And if a deliberate silence surrounded their true meaning, woven into the gaps of history, will we ever piece together the full picture of their importance? The bronze faces remain poised, like the 12 months of a lost calendar, each hole a window into a past we continue to seek, and a mystery that still awaits its answer. Chapter 15. The desert kites. As the last outlines of the Roman dodecahedrons fade from our minds, we now turn our gaze to the vast, unending plains of the Middle Eastern desert, where at first glance the sand appears featureless, an ocean of ochre ripples under the relentless sun. But from above, the landscape shows an amazing pattern, sweeping lines of low stone walls spreading like the spokes of a wheel, coming together at circular pens. These formations, known to diggers as desert kites, stretch for miles, their shape both elegant and puzzling, carved into the earth by hands now lost to history. Approach one of these kites on foot, and the size becomes clear. Two parallel walls, sometimes stretching more than a kilometer apart, slope gently inward before meeting at a funnel-shaped neck, beyond which lies a tightly bound corral. From the ground, the stones rise knee-high, barely noticeable against the dunes. Yet when seen in drone footage or satellite images, the layout is unmistakable. A huge trap, careful and purposeful, carved into the empty land. How and why did Bronze Age communities take on such huge projects in a region where every stone had to be gathered, every wall built with care? Most diggers agree that desert kites date from the late Neolithic into the Bronze Age, roughly between 4000 and 1000 BC. Carbon tests of charcoal found in nearby camps suggest that hunter-gatherer groups used these structures to drive herds of gazelle or ibex toward their pens. The walls, low enough for humans to step over but high enough to guide animals, would have funneled prey into small areas where hunters lay in wait. Examples from more recent desert tribes confirm that large group hunts were not only efficient but often ceremonial, marking shared feasts and strengthening social bonds. Could these kites represent an early form of group hunting, a sign of coordinated work and shared resources? Yet the size and spread of kites raise further questions. Some sites cluster in oases where water would have drawn wildlife, but many stretch across dry ridges far from reliable springs. The choice of location may reflect animal migration paths, but why build traps in harsher land? And why do some kites have multiple corral sections divided by secondary walls? Were they sorting animals by age or sex, or staging repeated hunts? The work of moving countless rocks across stony ground suggests a social structure able to bring together large groups, but the lack of permanent settlements nearby indicates that kite-building groups moved with the seasons, leaving few traces of their camps. As we trace the lines of a well-preserved kite in southern Jordan, the sun climbs higher, casting long shadows that highlight the subtle curves of the stones. Along the inner walls, occasional boulders are set at intervals, perhaps markers for hunters to set nets or platforms. Nearby, rings of stone and circular formations dot the landscape, hinting at other activities, lookout posts, temporary shelters, or even ritual sites where prayers were offered for a successful hunt. Could the desert kite have served not only as a practical trap, but also as a focus for spiritual ceremonies, where offerings to animal spirits ensured plenty and protection? Ground surveys around some kites have found hearths and stone-lined pits containing animal bones. Analysis of cut marks shows standard butchery methods, indicating that skilled workers processed dozens, if not hundreds, of animals in single events. Yet few bone fragments survive beyond these pits, suggesting that meat and hides were quickly removed, carried back to distant camps, or traded along new caravan routes. Does this mean that kite hunts formed the backbone of local economies, providing extra goods to growing towns? Or were they occasional ritual feasts, big events preserved in spoken tales, but leaving little lasting record? Moving northeast into the Syrian desert, we find kites arranged in curved lines, each leading to a central catch area with smaller traps nearby. The repetition and variety of designs suggest that local groups adapted the basic kite idea to their specific environments and prey behaviors. But why did the technology disappear completely by the Iron Age? If kites were so effective, why did later farming or herding societies give them up in favor of more local hunting methods? Did climate changes make these sweeping traps useless? Or did social shifts like the rise of walled towns weaken the shared work needed to build them? Speculative ideas press deeper into the unknown. A few fringe diggers have proposed that desert kites were not only for hunting, but also served as early livestock pens used to tame wild species before full herding took hold. In this view, the kites represent a middle step between hunting and herding, where humans began trying to manage animals on a large scale. Yet the lack of pens designed for long-term holding, no signs of shelters or feeding pits, challenges this idea, leaving the question open. Were kites a bridge to herding, or a unique hunting method never repeated? Interesting voices in remote sensing research have found possible underground extensions of kites. Lines of buried stones or dips invisible at ground level but detectable via LiDAR and magnetometers. Could these hidden features point to an even larger network, linking kites across huge distances as part of a coordinated hunting landscape? If so, Bronze Age groups may have shared building plans, exchanged knowledge, and set symbolic boundaries marked by kite alignments. Such a landscape would blur the line between practical hunting and land claims, raising the possibility that kites also marked seasonal rights to grazing lands or water sources, weaving land management into the fabric of social ties. More far-out ideas touch on star alignments. Some kites line up roughly with sunrise or sunset at the solstices, prompting suggestions that they serve two purposes: animal traps by day, ritual calendars by night. Imagine hunters gathering at dusk, marking the winter solstice, as arrows of moonlight streamed through the funnel walls, an occasion to celebrate cycles of life and death. Yet systematic surveys have found such alignments inconsistent, perhaps more by chance than by design. Nevertheless, the human urge to read meaning into stone, circles, and lines is universal. Could a few kites have been built with sky symbols in mind, blending survival with watching the stars? In parts of the Iraqi desert, researchers have listed kites alongside puzzling wheels, circular formations with radiating spokes. The two appearing together suggests that kite builders tried out a range of geometric shapes, some for enclosure, others for gathering or signaling. Were these wheels community gathering spots, sound markers for long-distance communication, or maybe markers for underground water known only to desert experts? The mix of kites and wheels points to a complex stone language, a map carved into the desert. Its grammar and rules lost, but hinting at a rich cultural landscape. As drones hover above the landscape, casting shifting shadows over the low walls, it becomes clear that desert kites are as much signs of human ambition as they are practical traps. Each line of stone speaks of teamwork and planning. Each corral shows humanity's old struggle to control the natural world. Yet as the desert takes back its own, shifting sands fill the walls, stones fall in occasional tremors, these relics move closer to being lost. How many kites lie buried under wind-blown dunes, their presence known only by the most sensitive tools? Even as modern highway projects and city growth threaten some sites, digital records and open-source mapping projects try to record every known kite. Local Bedouin guides, whose families have crossed these deserts for generations, point out faint traces they call the old hunters' walls. Their names for these structures, passed down in whispered legends. Are those spoken traditions bits of Bronze Age memory, or simply later labels meant to explain curious stones? In either case, they keep a core of wonder that matches the digger's puzzle. Today, the desert kites stand silent under an uncaring sky. Their walls a quiet chorus of lines, waiting to be read. No single idea captures all their complexity. Each explanation opens new paths of inquiry, even as it closes others. Were they ruins of hunting glory, community ritual stages, early farming experiments, or markers of sky time? Perhaps they were all these things at once, their many roles shaped by changing needs and beliefs over centuries. As the sun drops below the horizon, casting the kites into deep shadow, one senses that these old structures are neither relics to be neatly labeled, nor puzzles to be solved with a single answer. Instead, they call us to accept the mix of function and mystery, to recognize that human creativity often leaves traces both practical and poetic. And so, as we leave the desert and watch the wind-swept stones fade into dusk, we are left to wonder what other secrets lie buried under the shifting sands, waiting for the right eye, the right question to bring them once again into the light. Chapter 16. The Saqqara Serapeum's Giant Sarcophagus. The last stones of the desert kites slip under the gathering twilight. We now travel westward across the dry sands of Egypt to Saqqara, an old cemetery held by the shifting edge of the western desert. There, under layers of wind-shaped debris and the shadow of Djoser's step pyramid, lies an underground gallery whose huge contents defy all expectation. The Serapeum and its giant stone coffins go down the narrow shaft carved into the limestone plateau and feel the air cool and still. Torchlight would once have danced on rough-hewn walls, showing steps worn smooth by centuries of holy travel. At the end of the hallway, a huge room opens up, its high ceiling held up by pillars that echo with every footstep. Against the far wall, lined up in solemn rows, rest massive basalt and red granite boxes, each measuring up to 4 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height. Their lids alone weigh over 20 tons. The boxes themselves, hauled from Aswan nearly 600 kilometers to the north, tip the scales at more than 70 tons. What ritual demanded such huge effort? Most Egypt experts identify the Serapeum as the burial place of the Apis bulls, sacred forms of the god Ptah worshipped throughout Memphis. Beginning in the reign of Ramesses II, ruled 1279 to 1213 BC, priests buried each divine animal in its own stone coffin, sealing its mummified remains inside. Digs by Auguste Mariette in 1850-1851 uncovered more than a dozen of these giant boxes, along with offering stones, bronze statues, and hieroglyphic writings praising the bull's divine line. Carbon dating and style analysis confirm burials spanning the 19th through 30th dynasties, more than 1,000 years of continuous ritual use. Yet even with these certainties, the Serapeum's many puzzles remain. How were these huge blocks moved? Experts point to Nile barges, specially strengthened sleds, and ramps greased with water or oil, but no records from the time detail the engineering feats. In the twisting hallways leading into the heart of the complex, chisel marks remain visible on the bedrock, hinting at the work of crews under torchlight. But if the Egyptians could move such huge weights, why do no carvings or papyrus records celebrate these triumphs of logistics? Beyond logistics lies another puzzle. Some stone coffins within the Serapeum were found empty. In a few cases, the mummified bulls had been removed, presumably moved to later tombs or lost to grave robbers. Yet their boxes stayed undisturbed. Why leave the container behind? Could it be that the coffins themselves carried symbolic power beyond their use, deserving of preservation even after their original occupants were gone? Or might some of these empty rooms hide secondary burials, perhaps of high priests or unwritten rituals now forever lost? In certain coffins, writings bear the names of pharaohs who gave them, yet others lack any royal mark. These unnamed boxes stand silent, their creators unknown. Were they earlier trial versions, experimental in size and design? Or might they date from before the Apis cult, later taken over by Rameses II to give weight to his divine bulls? The lack of clear dating invites us to think that the Serapeum's origins may reach deeper into Egypt's past than currently recorded. Speculative threads weave through the Serapeum's silent hallways. A few fringe researchers suggest that the giant stone coffins were not only for bulls, but also for powerful human initiates, priests, or kings who sought to become divine alongside the sacred animals. In this view, the empty coffins represent hidden tombs yet to be found, their contents deliberately hidden by later priests to protect secret knowledge. Yet no mummified human remains have turned up, and the walls show no pictures of human burial. If such high-status graves exist, they remain hidden behind thousands of years of ritual secrecy. More exotic ideas hint at otherworldly visitors. The huge scale of the granite blocks, some taken from the first cataract of the Nile, and the precision of their joints suggest abilities that seem to go beyond the limits of old technology. Could the Serapeum be a relic of a lost stone-moving tradition, shared across different cultures, perhaps even passed down by an unknown master class of workers? Or does the lack of any similar structure at other sites simply reflect a now vanished chapter of Egyptian building ambition? Within the room's quiet, the way sound moves amplifies every whisper. Torchlight shows the grain of the granite, its stripes speaking of geological time far greater than any human dynasty. In these shadows, we sense the mix of life and death, divinity and mortality, tradition and new ideas. The bulls offering stones, carved with prayers for rebirth and protection, line the lower walls, their texts calling on Ptah and Osiris equally. Yet no text tells us how the building was done, leaving a gap between the ritual stories and the physical reality of the tomb. Modern technology has begun to probe these empty spaces. Ground-penetrating radar surveys hint at extra rooms and filled-in hallways beyond Mariette's digs, areas where stone coffins may still lie buried under rubble. 3D scans of the remaining boxes reveal tool marks and tiny scratches that could map workshop signatures, perhaps even linking specific stones to quarries. But every high-detail image also magnifies the unanswered questions. Why did the Serapeum's builders choose this underground layout rather than building a more visible temple? Did the underworld symbolism of darkness and descent play a role in the bull's journey to the afterlife? Local Bedouin guides, whose families have watched over the site through generations of change, tell of nighttime lanterns seen flickering in the shafts, watchers looking for hidden tunnels, or pilgrims paying silent respect. Diggers report footprints in the sand too small for adult visitors, leading to bricked-up niches along the walls. Are these the remains of modern tomb raiders, or echoes of secret cult rituals performed long after the last Apis bull was buried? Beyond the Serapeum's main hall, a maze of smaller passages branches off, their floors covered with pottery pieces and ostraka. potsherds bearing ink sketches of bulls, human figures, and hard-to-read symbols. Did the priests practice their rituals here, marking steps in charcoal on the walls as they guided divine beings into their eternal resting places? Or are these the casual creations of tomb workers, leaving playful drawings amid the seriousness of death? As the sun drops below the horizon and the desert's vast silence returns, the Serapeum remains an open book with missing pages. Its giant stone coffins stand as monuments to a cult both deeply rooted in the Egyptian belief in rebirth, and yet, in their building and legacy, temptingly puzzling. We know the who, the bulls, the pharaohs, the priests, but the how and the why of their tombs still escape us. What drove the builders to choose such huge size for these coffins? What unknown work and planning lay behind their moving and installation? And for every coffin emptied of its original occupant, what story was interrupted? What ritual left unfinished? In the quiet of the Serapeum, we are reminded that some wonders exist, not to be fully explained, but to invite us deeper into the maze of human belief, ambition, and the endless search for the divine. As we climb once more into the fading light, one question remains. What further secrets lie entombed in the shadows below Saqqara, waiting like Ptah's sacred bulls for their story to emerge from the sands of time? Chapter 17. The Valley of the Whales as the last torchlight fades in the vaulted halls of the Serapeum. Our journey carries us across the shifting dunes of Egypt's western desert to a place where stone once hid the echoes of life under the waves. Here in Wadi al-Hitan, the Valley of the Whales, vast stretches of dry plain reveal an amazing secret: the fossilized remains of creatures that swam where now no drop of water moves. Approach the valley at first light, and the air is cool against your skin, with the smell of limestone and sand. The ground underfoot crunches with bits of old bone, vertebrae as large as millstones, jawbones bearing rows of teeth made for the sea. In gentle dips of the land, skeletons lie half-buried, their outlines marked by subtle changes in rock color. From a distance, the landscape looks like a fleet of beached ships, their decks tilted at odd angles. What disaster stranded these giants tens of millions of years ago? Most fossil experts date the Valley of the Whales to the Eocene epoch, roughly 40 million years ago. At that time, this region was under a shallow sea full of life. As Earth movements lifted the land, the water went away, leaving behind the remains of early archaeocetes, primitive whales that still had back legs and pelvises, proof of their land-dwelling ancestors. Species such as Basilosaurus isis and Dorudon atrox live on in the valley, their long bodies measuring up to 18 meters in length. Fossil beds also contain shark's teeth, sea turtle shells, and crustacean burrows, painting a vivid picture of an old ecosystem. The number of fossils here is unmatched. In some pits, dozens of whale skeletons lie within a few hundred meters, suggesting a mass death event rather than random dying. Researchers suggest that sudden temperature shifts or toxic algae blooms could have overwhelmed sea life, causing groups of whales to beach themselves in panic. Others point to Earth upheavals, underwater landslides, or methane releases as possible triggers for a fast die-off. Yet the exact mix of forces remains uncertain, tempting us with bits of an ecological disaster frozen in time. Rock chemists analyze the sediment layers, finding thin bands of volcanic ash that hint at distant eruptions. Could ash fall have poisoned the water, disrupting food chains and driving whales toward shallows? Or did large meteor strikes in a far-off ocean send ripples through currents, changing salt levels and temperature here on the edge of the Tethys Sea? Each idea finds support in isolated data points, but no single theory yet explains the valley's amazing fossil density. Beyond the scientific explanations, the Valley of the Whales holds traces of human wonder. In the early 1900s, local Bedouin found the first vertebra of Basilosaurus, mistaking it for the petrified remains of a giant snake. European trips followed, digging up more complete specimens that now sit in museums from Cairo to Munich. Yet even as crates of bone were carried across continents, the vast majority of the valley's treasures stayed where they were, under an uncaring sky. Today, UNESCO has protected Wadi al-Hitan as a World Heritage Site, but the desert's remoteness keeps foot traffic low. In the dry season, heat haze shimmers above the skeletons, blurring their outlines into ghostly shapes. Can you imagine walking among these huge ribs, each arching overhead like the hull of a sunken ship? And if the sea was once here, where did it go? And what other forms of life did it leave behind, hidden under layers, yet to be uncovered? Speculative voices deepen the mystery. A handful of writers suggest that the whale mass stranding was ritualized by early humans, who carved symbols into the exposed bones under a crescent moon. While no rock art has been found, faint grooves on some fossils spark debate. Are these tool marks or natural grooves carved by sediment movement? If ancient peoples did visit the valley, did they see it as a place of power, a shrine where sea spirits met the land's edge? Other fringe ideas go even further. In local folklore, the valley is called Birket al-Hatan, Lake of the Whales, after a mythical guardian who once ruled these waters. Some esoteric texts speak of pilgrimages here during New Year festivals, when ritual reenactments of whale beachings symbolized cycles of death and rebirth. Could echoes of such ceremonies survive in the stories passed down by desert dwellers, hinting at cultural practices now lost under the sands? A few researchers have studied microfossils, tiny foraminifera and diatoms that suggest periodic pulses of fresh water into the old sea, perhaps from meltwater pulses at the end of an ice age. If freshwater flows created mixed salt lagoons, did whales follow fish into these traps, becoming confused and stuck as salt levels changed? The mix of ocean science and climate in the Eocene remains a new area of study, with each new core sample from under the valley's surface offering clues and more puzzles. In recent years, drone surveys and satellite mapping have revealed faint channels and platforms, rectangular stone arrangements that cannot be explained by geology alone. Could these be old surveying tools used by geologists or early mapmakers mapping the fossil beds? Or are they simple remains of modern research camps left by teams long since gone? The desert's ability to erase tracks within days means that every footprint, every bit of debris becomes part of the valley's layered history. As you wander through the Valley of the Whales at sunset, the sky turning copper and violet, one senses the echo of deep time. The bones underfoot bridge two worlds, the ancient seas that gave birth to mammals and the human search to understand our planet's old rhythms. Each vertebra, each bit of jawbone is both proof and puzzle, a sign of life's strength and fragility. What else lies hidden in the valley's silent sands? Fossilized plants, swamp forests or mangroves that once lined those Eocene shores might await discovery beyond the exposed pits. Soft tissue impressions, long thought impossible to preserve, could appear in protective lumps, revealing the whale's inner workings. And yet, for every specimen brought to light, the desert takes back dozens more, burying them under wind and time. In the quiet of evening, as stars wheel overhead in an endless arc, the Valley of the Whales invites us to think about our place in a world whose face has changed beyond recognition. What truths do these old bones hold? Stories of climate upheaval, mass extinction, and the slow dance of continents. And if the valley's whispers reach us across 40 million years, what message do they carry for our own age of environmental uncertainty? As the night comes down and the desert's cool breath stirs the sands, we leave the Valley of the Whales with a sense of awe, not only for the scale of life that once thrived here, but for the mysteries that remain in stone. And so we ask, what secrets does the earth yet hold, waiting for patient eyes and curious hands to bring them once again into the light? Chapter 18. The Baghdad Battery. As the bones of ancient Wales fade under the desert twilight, our path leads us northward along the fertile banks of the Tigris River to the heart of Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, where a small clay jar has sparked questions about the creativity of civilizations long past. In a simple display case at the National Museum of Iraq, the so-called Baghdad Battery sits quietly among seals, cylinder fragments, and cuneiform tablets. At first glance, it looks unremarkable. A round terracotta pot, roughly 15 centimeters high, capped by a round copper cylinder and sealed with bitumen. Yet within its plain shape lies a mystery that bridges archaeology, chemistry, and the tempting possibility of old electrical knowledge. Imagine standing before the jar in a dim gallery, the soft hum of air conditioning barely audible. A beam of natural light, filtered through narrow windows, dances across the pot's weathered outside. The copper cylinder, corroded to a green coating, hints at long-gone alloys. The bitumen sealing it has the shiny look of hardened resin. At the center, a thin iron rod, blackened and pitted, goes down through the copper tube, stopping just short of touching the inner walls. Could this setup have produced an electric current nearly 2,000 years before the birth of Alessandro Volta? Most experts date the artifact to the Parthian period, around the 1st or 2nd century AD, found in the village of Kuyut Rabua, near Baghdad in the 1930s, by German archaeologist Wilhelm König. König himself proposed that if the jar were filled with an acidic liquid, vinegar, citrus juice, or fermented grape juice, the mix of copper, iron, and acid would create a small voltage, perhaps a fraction of a volt. Such a power source might have run simple electroplating, coating small objects in precious metals to make lasting decorative items. Hands-on recreations in modern labs have shown that a single cell produces anywhere from 0.5 to 1 volts, not enough to light lamps, yet enough to lay down a thin layer of gold or silver onto soft copper surfaces. Yet the artifact's true purpose remains unknown. No texts from the time describe electroplating methods, and no scientific writings from that era explain how such a cell works. Egyptian metal workers left detailed papyri on bronze alloy recipes and lost wax casting, but the Parthians reveal no similar manuals on electricity. If the Baghdad Battery was indeed a tool for plating, why is there so little digging evidence of its products? Few Parthian artifacts show clear signs of galvanic coatings. Most existing metalwork relies on inlay, gilding, or leaf application, methods well documented in the ancient world. Other explanations point to ritual or symbolic uses. In Mesopotamian religion, the joining of opposites, fire and water, life and death, held cosmic meaning. Could the battery have served as a ceremonial object? Its mixed metals symbolizing the balance between earth and sky, its inner space representing the hidden energies of the universe? Bitumen, used to seal the jar, was also sacred in Sumerian and Babylonian stories, linked to the underworld, used to embalm the dead and protect temple foundations. Perhaps the jar was never meant to hold liquid at all, but rather to honor the joining of copper and iron inside a holy container. Speculative voices have gone even further. A handful of fringe thinkers suggest the Baghdad Battery represents proof of lost technological knowledge, an electrical tradition passed down from an earlier civilization wiped away by war and upheaval. They point to the level of copper skill in Parthian workshops, the precise drilling needed to insert the iron rod, and the special bitumen seal, arguing that the cell's existence cannot be an accidental byproduct of unrelated practices. If an old school of electricians once roamed Mesopotamia, why did their understanding vanish almost completely, leaving behind only a few puzzling jars? Clues from the dig site add to the puzzle. The jars were found alongside clay wine jugs, cooking tools and small metal fittings, everyday objects suggesting home use. None were found near known ritual altars or workshops. Could local households have enjoyed a home form of electroplating, decorating pot rims or personal ornaments with metal accents? If so, where are the decorated ceramics and jewelry? Without the products, we are left to wonder whether the jars were misidentified in later farming layers, perhaps older pots reused by potters trying out new materials. Chemical tests of residues inside the copper tubes hint at traces of acid salts, chlorides, and acetates that might come from fruit or vinegar. Yet these findings are complicated by centuries of contact with changing soil chemistry and the presence of salts in irrigation runoff. Could the residue be contamination from burial conditions rather than remains of intentional fillings? Similarly, microscopic studies of the iron rods show patterns of rust consistent with wet-dry cycles, but such cycles could happen in a humid environment as easily as in a liter of acid. Meanwhile, the jar's bitumen seal suggests care in building. Bitumen's waterproof qualities would have protected the inside from soil moisture, keeping the cell's function if it was used as a battery. Bitumen was valuable and imported from distant sources. Its use here implies importance beyond simple jar sealing. But might the bitumen serve a purely symbolic role, a protective substance warding off decay rather than keeping electrical integrity? In the absence of written proof, we turn to comparing other digs. In ancient Roman settings, lead-acid cells used in early telegraph experiments show that acid batteries were well understood by the 1800s, but there is no link in battery technology from Parthian times through the medieval period. Why did the knowledge disappear if it ever existed in any practical sense? Could political turmoil, conquests by Sassanids, Arabs or Mongols have broken up craft guilds and their secret methods, leading to a break in technological sharing? Even the possibility of electrical experiments raises questions of scale. A single Baghdad battery would produce only a tiny current, enough to plate a few square centimeters of metal. To make larger decorative panels or fancy inlays, a workshop would need dozens of jars wired together. Yet no remains of such battery banks have been found. Are we missing an entire set of jars, perhaps buried under silt in old riverbeds? Or did users use the cells sparingly for small decorations, leaving little trace of their work? Recent high-detail scans of the batteries reveal tiny tool marks inside the copper tube, spiral grooves as if the tube were turned on a lathe. Lathe technology existed in Mesopotamia for wood and stone, but its use on metal at this level of precision suggests skilled workers. Yet the lack of standard sizes across jars implies that workshops worked independently, each potter or smith creating unique pieces rather than mass-produced units. Does this variety support the idea of experimental local use rather than widespread adoption? As we stand before the glass case, the Baghdad battery seems to hold its secrets just out of reach, its small size hiding the huge number of questions it raises. What forces drove its creation? Curiosity, practical need, or spiritual meaning? And if the Parthians stumbled upon the principles of galvanic action, why did this knowledge vanish, leaving 1,000 years of silence before the birth of modern electrical science? In the quiet hush of the museum, where dusty sunlight filters through barred windows and the weight of history hangs in the air, we are reminded that every artifact carries not only the mark of its maker, but the echo of all who have studied it since. The clay jar, the copper tube, the iron rod, and the resin sealed together form a puzzle that spans thousands of years. And thus, as we step away from the display and into the busy halls beyond, one question lingers. Does the Baghdad battery represent a brief spark of old electrical knowledge? Or is it simply a coincidence of metals and methods that invites us to see more than what truly lay inside? In the end, the answer remains as buried as the jars themselves, waiting for the patient gaze of future explorers willing to look beyond the obvious and into the subtle currents of history's untold stories. Chapter 19. The bygone pipes, as the electricity of ancient Mesopotamia's clay cell gives way to the quiet of northern China's highlands, we find ourselves standing at the shores of saline Lake Tosun, or Lake Baigong. Nestled under the watchful gaze of the Kunlun Mountains in Qinghai province, here among red sandstone rocks and windswept plains lie formations as puzzling as any in the desert. The Baigong pipes approach the site at dawn, when the chill mountain air clings to your breath and the first light touches rusty brown spikes jutting from cracked rock. These are not natural veins of mineral. Dozens of hollow tubes, some tapering with drilled precision, others cracked wide by time, emerge from cracks in the stone and disappear under the earth in parallel lines, ranging from a few centimeters to over 50 centimeters in diameter. They trace straight paths that meet at the lake, only to vanish under its still, salty waters. What hand or what force could have placed these pipe-like forms here at 3,300 meters above sea level? Most rock experts identify the Baigong pipes as the byproducts of cemented sandstone formations, mineral deposits that hardened around organic cores and later eroded to reveal hollow channels. In this view, iron-rich groundwater flowing through cracks in the rock left layers of calcium carbonate and silica, forming tubes that closely looked like man-made pipes. Over millions of years, these natural pipes cracked and weathered, taking on the look of industrial artifacts. Yet skeptics note that many of the pipes are remarkably uniform in width and alignment, as if laid out on purpose rather than shaped by random underground flows. Could pure chance produce such ordered geometry? The site's digging context deepens the puzzle. Within the same cliffs lie the remains of cave dwellings dating to the Neolithic and Bronze Age. Chipped stone tools, pottery pieces, and bits of bone hint at human presence as early as 5,000 years ago. Locals have long spoken of an ancient people referred to in Tibetan spoken tradition as the people of the White Mountain, whose metalworking skills were unmatched in prehistory. Is it possible that these inhabitants used naturally occurring pipes to channel water or even to smelt ore, making simple flues for primitive furnaces? If so, where are the slag heaps, the melting pots, or the forges that should go with such activity? More striking still are the pipes found under the lake surface. Fishermen report catching solid tubes tangled with kelp, their insides coated with mineral deposits different from the surrounding rock. In 2002, a small team of Chinese scientists pulled several sections of pipe from the shoreline, noting on chemical tests that the inner walls contained high levels of iron and silicon, elements found in both concrete and natural deposits. Yet the smoothness of some inner surfaces and the presence of holes bored through certain sections suggest machine finishing. If these were indeed worked by tools, what tools did the people of the White Mountain use, and how did they shape tubes so large and straight without metal lathes or advanced machinery? Other explanations draw from local mythology. In Tibetan and Mongolian legend, Lake Baigong is a door to an underworld, a liquid mirror reflecting the secrets of gods who once walked the earth. Stone carvings near the pipes show horned figures and sky animals, leading some to propose that ritual channels like giant organs once carried sacred water or incense smoke in ceremonial rites. Could the pipes have served as paths for purification rituals, carrying mountain spring water into cave halls lost to memory? If so, might the holes in some tubes mark stages in a multi-room ritual sequence? Fringe ideas venture into the realm of lost civilizations. A handful of researchers claim that the Baigong pipes are remains of old industrial sites, forerunners to the Bronze Age, abandoned during a climate disaster that drove people to lower ground. According to this view, large groups built channels to tap hot springs, creating basic heating systems in freezing heights. The lack of written records is blamed on the disappearance of this culture before writing appeared in the area. Yet, if advanced metalworking groups once thrived here, why do we find no traces of metal artifacts beyond occasional iron rust stains? In contrast, some speculative scientists have considered outer space involvement, not as a claim of alien builders, but as a theory that meteorite iron may have seeded the area's rock, speeding up formation processes and leading to unusually uniform tubes. The pipes, then, would be natural events, made more likely by a rare mix of spaceborne minerals and earthly hot water activity. But this idea leaves unanswered why the pipes cluster in straight lines, funneling toward a common point rather than spreading randomly as rock formations typically do. Modern fieldwork seeks to untangle these threads. Ground-penetrating radar has mapped hidden extensions of the pipe network under sand and soil, revealing branching channels that mimic the patterns of man-made waterways. Underwater parts have been photographed by divers, showing sections cut into living rock and sealed with mortar, a clear sign of human work. Carbon dating of charcoal from nearby fire pits places human activity between 2500 and 1000 BC, overlapping the widely known Kijia culture. If these Bronze Age peoples used the pipes, what was the purpose of moving water or air at such scale? And why have few other sites from the same time shown similar engineering? Efforts to trace water samples from the lake back through the pipes have given tempting results. Isotope ratios in the water inside certain tubes differ slightly from the bulk lake chemistry, suggesting the flow of fresh mountain spring water through hidden channels. Could these pipes still carry life-giving water to springs under the cliffs, feeding secret springs, even in the driest seasons? If so, the pipes would form part of a smart water network, one that might have supported orchards, animal pens, or even ice houses long before recorded irrigation systems appeared in the Yellow River Valley. Local spoken histories add another layer of mystery. Shepherds recall stories of hidden rooms behind the pipe-filled cliffs, reachable only through narrow tunnels that flood in the spring melt. These caves, they say, were once lined with red ochre and carved with symbols now worn away by dripping water. Could these abandoned sanctuaries have served as storage for grain and gear, their temperature control kept by airflow through the pipes? Or were they initiation chambers where young members of a secret group went through rites of passage, the hollow tubes serving as paths for chanting voices that echoed through the rock? As we stand at the edges of Lake Baigong, the sun dipping behind the Kunlun Mountains, the pipes stretch into the glowing waters like bony fingers reaching toward the horizon. Their purpose remains a matter of debate: natural event, Neolithic engineering, ritual paths, or something else entirely. Each idea lights up a piece of the truth, yet none claims the whole picture. What drove old hands or nature's own processes to carve these pipes into stone? What stories lie embedded in the crusty surfaces and twisted lines of the pipes? Tales of human cleverness, spiritual practice, or rock wonders? And as future explorers probe deeper, using advanced imaging and careful sampling, what other secrets will emerge from the rocks and waters of Lake Baigong? In the quiet of twilight, with the mountains dark against the sky, the Baigong pipes stand as silent witnesses to a past both distant and close. Their hollow halls call us to listen to the whispers of water, the echo of tools in old workshops, and the faint stirrings of myths yet to surface. And so the mystery remains. What hidden currents flow through these pipes, carrying memories of worlds we have yet to fully uncover? Chapter 20. The disappearance of the Anjikuni village. As the echo of wind through those rust-colored pipes fades from our minds, we travel now to the sweeping tundras of Canada's far north, where the frozen silence hides one of the most puzzling vanishings in modern memory. The disappearance of the Inuit settlement of Anjikuni. Imagine standing on the edge of a gently sloping ridge at first light. snow-crusted willows quivering in the pale Arctic breeze. Before you lies a cluster of low tents and sod houses arranged around a frozen lake, smoke curling from a single chimney. The ground is hard as stone, every footprint a fragile mark on shifting ice. This was Anjikuni, a remote village near Great Slave Lake, home to the Caribou Inuit, hunters, fishers and storytellers who had thrived here for generations in harmony with the land. Local records confirm that the settlement lasted through the long winters of trapping and the brief, bright summers of fishing. In October 1930, fur trapper Joe LaBelle arrived with supplies, expecting the usual welcome of hot soup and hearty laughter. Instead, he found emptiness. Dogs, once resting by the doorways, lay starved and chained. Kayaks, nets and sleds stood abandoned near the lake's edge. Food stores, meat, flour, pemmican, lay untouched. The embers of hearth fires, cold and long dead. Not a single person remained. Most historians doubt the dramatic accounts of the village's complete evacuation. The Canadian Northwest Mounted Police sent Sergeant James Ryan to investigate. He found no sign of a fight or mass departure, yet Inuit guides later told him that they had found footprints leading from the village into the woods, some returning, others fading into the snow. They also reported that personal belongings, children's toys, family heirlooms were neatly arranged, as if the residents had stepped away for a moment and never returned. Why would a whole community vanish without a trace? One practical theory points to a harsh winter illness. Flu or tuberculosis sweeping through the settlement, prompting survivors to flee toward larger trading posts. Yet this fails to explain why no bodies were ever found, nor why wells and hunting caches stayed full. If sickness forced a desperate flight, would not some have died on the way, leaving signs along known paths? Another explanation suggests that a sudden drop in caribou herds, a key food source, led families to scatter in search of game. Anjikuni's survival depended on exact migration patterns. A few bad seasons could destroy food stores. Could panic and hunger have driven the Inuit to leave their homes, only to die in the wild? But census records from nearby posts in later months show no arrival of poor families seeking help, nor do trade ledgers show that Anjikuni hunters sold furs elsewhere that year. Speculative voices have woven threads of intrigue. In the mid-1900s, some authors proposed that Anjikuni's residents were taken by a secret group of gold seekers or by a passing band of criminals running from the law. In this story, the villagers were lured from their homes under false promises, then taken south to be held for ransom. Yet there is no believable record of missing people matching Inuit descriptions, and no ransom demands appear in newspaper archives or Mountie communications. More fringe ideas reach toward the supernatural. Local lore among the Caribou Inuit speaks of ghost lights dancing across the tundra, mysterious orbs that lead travelers astray, drawing them into blizzards or onto thin ice. Could the community have run into such events, mistaking them for signs from their ancestors, and followed them into the wild? If so, why would every man, woman and child give in to the same hallucination, leaving their dogs chained and their homes intact? In the decades since 1930, flyovers of Anjikuni have shown the foundations of sod houses, stone fish traps and fallen storage caches. No human remains have been found, nor any artifacts moved beyond the site itself. This suggests a departure where people took only what they could carry, and even then left behind tools of survival. Such behavior contrasts sharply with Inuit traditions, where sleds, snowshoes and weapons are prized and rarely left behind. Diggers note that the area around Anjikuni contains natural sinkholes and freezing pockets where bodies could stay hidden for years, revealed only when permafrost thaws or ground shifts. Could the villagers have fallen into hidden ice cracks one by one, their tracks covered by fresh snow? Yet the chance of an entire settlement, every adult and child, falling to such dangers is hard to believe. Then there are questions of timing. Labelle's account dates to early October, but other testimonies suggest that the departure may have happened weeks earlier during the midnight sun of late summer. If the Inuit left in August, why did supplies stay fresh and food uncooked until October? The preservation of perishable goods in cold weather offers some slack in dating, but not enough to clear up these mismatches. Weather records for 1930 show normal winter temperatures and usual snowfall for the area. Nothing to suggest an environmental oddity that would force mass departure. Similarly, records of wildlife migrations do not show a severe crash in caribou numbers that year. Across the Arctic, other villages reported steady herds and normal trapping results. Why then was Anjikuni alone in its emptiness? In recent years, renewed interest in the case has led forensic teams to do ground-penetrating radar scans, revealing floor pits under some homes, possibly burial sites from before the 1900s, but none from 1930, reinforcing the idea that no one died in place. Teams also took soil samples showing very little trace of human decay. The lack of decay signals even after nearly a century highlights how completely the villagers disappeared. Cultural anthropologists emphasize the spoken traditions of the Caribou Inuit. Elders remember hearing stories from their grandparents about Anjikuni, a place where the people followed the shadows and never came back. These tales, passed down through generations, hint at an older memory of moving or forced relocation, later attached to the 1930 event. Could the disappearance of Anjikuni have been a mixing of several departures woven into a single legend that grew over time? The recorded investigation by Sergeant Ryan, though thorough for its time, left gaps. His field notes describe well-kept gear, sleds in good repair, rifles still loaded, yet he made no mention of searching beyond a half-mile radius. Could there be undiscovered campsites or shallow, unmarked graves beyond his patrol route? Modern re-examinations suggest widening the search area along known hunting paths, using drone cameras and dogs trained to find human remains in deep snow. Yet every trip returns to the same empty huts, the same frozen fireplaces, the same echo of abandonment. The dogs remain tied, their collars still rusted to ice. Kayaks stand on their racks, paddles propped nearby. Toy sleds carved by small hands lie overturned in the snow. These sad artifacts suggest a departure both quick and unplanned, families stepping out to gather wood or check traps, expecting to return that evening, but never doing so. What then truly happened to the people of Anjikuni? Did they fall victim to a hidden danger, wolves driven wild by disease, or perhaps a pack of dogs carrying infection? If so, why are there no claw or bite marks on the left-behind hides and furs? Does the monster here lurk not in flesh and fur, but in human weakness or fear? Perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that we lack a way to understand it. Anjikuni's disappearance might represent something we have yet to grasp. A fast social collapse caused by a shared panic, a break in community trust so deep that families chose to send themselves into the unknown. In this view, a shared fear or a vision of coming doom could have united people in flight, a flight from which none returned. As the Arctic sun drops below the horizon and the wind carries the promise of another bitter night, the frozen village of Anjikuni stands as a sign of absence. Its silence is more haunting than any scream, its emptiness more chilling than any crime scene. And so, as we leave its snow-packed doorways and wind-blown tents behind, we are left to ask, what deeper currents of human experience and natural forces came together on that fateful day in 1930 to sweep an entire community into oblivion? The answer, like the tundra's hidden cracks, lies hidden, waiting for the right question, the right explorer to bring it at last into the light. Chapter 21. The Giant Stone Spheres of Costa Rica's. The frozen winds of Canada's far north give way to the humid breezes of the tropics. We leave behind the sun-bleached tents of Anjikuni and follow the path of mystery southward into the dense rainforests and rolling hills of Costa Rica's Diquís. Here, hidden under a green canopy and scattered across remote riverbanks, lie the Las Bolas, giant stone spheres whose silent presence has confused explorers for nearly a century. Imagine stepping into a clearing at dawn, mist rising from the undergrowth as sunlight filters through towering sabre and Guanacaste trees. Before you stands a perfectly round ball of grey stone, smooth as glass, but cool to the touch. Its surface bears faint scratches, tool marks left by workers long gone, yet no seam or crack disturbs its flawless curve. Nearby, another sphere rests half buried in leaf litter, its lower half still hidden by the earth. Some measure barely a foot across. Others span more than 2 meters, weighing over 15 tons. How did pre-Columbian hands shape and place these huge stones with such care, and to what purpose? Most diggers attribute the spheres to the Diquís culture, which flourished between about AD 700 and 1530. This society, centered around the modern canton of Osa, left no written records, but its legacy lives on in ceramics, goldwork, and the stone spheres themselves. Carbon dates from charcoal pits near sphere sites match the late pre-classic and classic periods, suggesting the balls were arranged on purpose in plazas and along paths, as markers of status, land boundaries, or centers of community activity. In some clearings, clusters of spheres stand in neat rows, hinting at paths or processional routes that once led to group gatherings or ritual platforms. Yet for all we know of the Diquís's material culture, the exact methods behind sphere-making are still debated. Granodiorite boulders, common in nearby riverbeds, provided the raw material. Researchers think that workers used hammerstones of basalt and hematite to chip away at the rock, creating rough halves. Then, using gritty sand and water, they polished the surfaces in a process that may have taken years per sphere. But without proof of workshops, no quarry sites have been clearly identified. How were these workers organized? Did teams float the spheres down rivers on rafts or sleds? And how did they achieve near-perfect roundness without metal tools designed for precision? In 1939, US botanist Alexander Skutch brought the spheres to wider attention, photographing dozens in plantation fields and earning the name Costa Rica's Stonehenge. His accounts describe the spheres as silent guards, undisturbed even by ploughing, their weight anchoring them through centuries of farming change. When diggers surveyed these sites in the 1970s, they found many spheres had been moved from their original settings, some reused as millstones or even recarved into simpler shapes. Yet scattered across protected reserves like Finca 6 and El Silencio, the sphere's wholeness lasts, inviting us to piece together their story. Most theories suggest the spheres served as visual signs of power, laid out to announce the presence of a ruling class. Raised platforms behind some groups may have held leaders who used the balls as stage props in ceremonies of rule or trade talks. In this view, the spheres worked like badges of office, showing control over river routes that linked inland cacao groves to coastal trading posts. Yet the huge effort needed to produce dozens of giants raises another question. How many resources could a relatively small community put into purely symbolic objects? And what social structures enabled such lasting work? Speculative readings expand the mystery further. A handful of writers have suggested star alignments, noting that certain sphere rows point towards sunrise at the solstices or the rising of key star groups like Orion's belt. Could the spheres have been part of a ritual calendar, marking planting seasons and harvest festivals? If so, they would join other-world megalithic traditions in which human hands used geometry to measure time. Yet systematic surveys have yet to confirm a consistent pattern across all sphere sites. While some groups line up north-south or east-west, Others form equal-sided triangles or irregular clusters. Perhaps each setup held local meanings, encoded in spoken traditions now lost to the tropics' humid decay. Fringe ideas veer into more sensational territory. In the 1970s, a small group of fans suggested that the spheres were carved by an unknown earlier civilization, a people whose technological skill rivaled that of the Egyptians or the builders of Stonehenge. They pointed to the ball's mathematical perfection and proposed that advanced tools, perhaps even using water-driven lathes or rotary drills, were once available in Central America. While no physical proof supports the existence of such tools, no metal drill bits, no quarry stations, the idea lives on in popular culture, a sign of our fascination with lost technologies. Other speculative voices bring in symbolic worldviews. Some have compared the balls to the seeds of the saber tree, central to Mesoamerican myth as the axis mundi, linking the underworld, the earth, and the heavens. Did the spheres represent the saber's cosmic role, acting as earthly stand-ins for sacred trees? If so, their placement in plazas and riverbanks might trace paths between the human world and spirit realms, locations where shamans spoke with ancestors or gods. Material tests of the sphere surfaces show traces of cactus juice and plant dyes, suggesting they may once have been painted in bright colors, perhaps in reds, blacks, and yellows from local plants. These colors might have made the spheres stand out in the thick forest or marked them with family symbols. Yet the dyes have washed away in the humid climate, leaving only tiny chemical traces detectable in labs. What stories did those painted balls tell as sunlight glinted off their polished faces? Stories now reduced to silent stone. Recent fieldwork has turned to GPS and LiDAR technology, peering under the jungle's cover to find new sphere sites once hidden from view. Rotational symmetry studies suggest that some spheres form arcs that follow old river channels, now moved by centuries of mud. Could the Diquis have placed spheres as beacons to guide boats through shifting waterways, marking safe passages or hidden rapids? If so, the ball's original positions and the rivers themselves have since drifted, leaving diggers to read a landscape that has grown over them like a living map. The sphere's spread also raises questions of trade and influence. Similar, though smaller, stone balls have been reported along the Caribbean coast and in neighboring Panama, suggesting the idea of giant orbs may have traveled along trade routes. Did visiting merchants carry tales of stone spheres, inspiring local leaders to order their own? Or did the idea appear on its own in multiple regions, reflecting a universal urge to shape the world into comforting circles, symbols of unity and wholeness? Efforts to recreate the spheres in hands-on archaeology have given surprising results. Researchers have used local stone and copied Neolithic methods, hammerstones, sand abrasives, wooden guides to craft small spheres within weeks. Yet scaling up to 2-meter giants brings geometric challenges. How does one measure the radius at each point without a modern compass? The likely answer involves simple tools, ropes tied to center pegs, stakes marking the outline. But the process shows the spheres were within reach of craftsmen without formal training, provided they understood basic geometry. As afternoon light filters through the canopy and birds call from hidden perches, the giant stone spheres lie in quiet rest, signs of human creativity and ambition shaped by a culture now silent. Their curves catch the eye, drawing us inward to think of the hands that carved them, the feet that carried them, and the minds that imagined them. Yet for every detail found, another layer of mystery remains. What ritual voices once echoed around these balls? What songs were sung as the spheres were polished? What knowledge passed unrecorded from elders to apprentices? Today, the spheres rest under the protection of Costa Rica's national parks, their exact settings listed and saved. Yet for all their protection, the greatest gift they offer is not the stone itself, but the question it poses. How does a community invest itself in a project whose meaning is both public, shown in plazas, and private, known only to insiders? And when that knowledge fades, what remains for us to interpret? As we step away from the silence of the Dikis Delta and into the closing light, the giant stone spheres stand as monuments to a past both far away and close. They remind us that history's unsolved mysteries do more than challenge our minds. They invite us to touch the cool surface of time, to trace the circle's edge, and to imagine the world as it once was. And perhaps in their perfect curves, we catch a glimpse of the eternal question that binds us to every culture. Who are we when we shape the earth to reflect our own image? And what secrets lie hidden in those shapes, waiting to be discovered? Chapter 22. The Klerksdorp spheres, as the rainforests of Costa Rica fade behind us, with their silent stone balls half swallowed by creeping vines, our journey carries us now to a different continent and a world older than the jungles themselves. We find ourselves on the rocky plains of South Africa's Gauteng province, where the whisper of wind over outcrops of pyrophyllite hides one of Earth's most puzzling enigmas, the Klerksdorp spheres. Imagine standing at the edge of an open pit mine at dawn, the sky washed in pastel light as the day's first breeze stirs dust along the terrace walls. Under your feet, the bedrock is a tapestry of pale yellow-grey pyrophyllite, sedimentary layers laid down nearly 3 billion years ago. Embedded in this old canvas are small metallic balls, their surfaces polished smooth by time. Some measure barely a centimetre across, others rival golf balls, and a few exceed 5 centimetres in diameter. Each sphere shines with circular bands of darker and lighter mineral, as though carved by an unseen hand and left to sleep until we arrived. First written about by miners in the 1940s near the town of Ottosdal, the spheres quickly drew scientific attention. Rock experts identified them as made mostly of goethite and hematite, iron-rich minerals common in the host rock. Carbon dating of the surrounding layers places their formation in the Precambrian, some 8 billion years ago, long before multicell life, before oxygen in the air, before plate tectonics had shaped continents into today's forms. How then did these remarkably round stones come to be? And what secrets do they carry from Earth's earliest ages? Mainstream science offers a process both subtle and deep. Concretionary growth around a central core. Groundwater full of dissolved iron and silica moved through the pyrophyllite beds. Over huge spans of time, these minerals formed around grains of sand or fossil bits, layer by layer, creating near-perfect spheres. Slow growth and steady chemical conditions produce the faint bands visible under close look. Similar processes make oolites and pisolites in shallow sea environments, but never so uniformly round, nor on such a small scale across millions of individual balls. Yet this explanation, plausible and backed by rock studies, leaves lingering questions. Why do some spheres have channels or sharply defined grooves around their middles, as though made on a lathe rather than by sediment layering? Why do broken specimens sometimes show an inner core of a different mineral, suggesting replacement or later growth phases? And why do spheres cluster in certain layers rather than spread evenly through the rock? As we walk along the terrace walls, picking up a few samples for closer look, another mystery appears. The sphere's toughness. Mined from soft, easily weathered pyrophyllite, the balls withstand crushing and rubbing as though coated by a shell of harder mineral. Lab tests show microcrystalline hematite binding them together with surprising strength. Could this hardening be a byproduct of deep burial, pressure and heat during rock formation rather than intentional crafting? If so, the spheres become records of deep earth changes, preserving a chapter of geological history far beyond most common rocks. Meanwhile, the human attraction to the spheres has inspired more speculative readings. In the 1970s, A handful of authors included the Klerksdorp spheres in lists of out-of-place artifacts, alongside other geological oddities claimed to defy normal dating. Some proposed that the balls were remains of an old civilization capable of forging metal into perfect spheres, burying them when their society fell. Could prehistoric peoples, long before the known rise of metalworking, have carved these objects and placed them on purpose as markers or ritual tokens, only to have their records vanish in the mists of prehistory? Further fringe ideas go still deeper into the unknown. A few researchers have guessed that the spheres might be from space, microtectites or debris from meteor strikes that melted into balls upon hitting the air. Yet unlike true microtectites, which are glassy and often pitted, the Klerksdorp spheres are crystalline and unmarked by melting, making this idea unlikely. Then there are whispers of surreal possibilities. Could these spheres have been carried here by old giants or cast by huge forces beyond our understanding? Geochemical tests offer data, but not clear answers. Trace element studies show that the sphere's iron isotope ratios match those of the surrounding rock rather than cosmic material, supporting an earthly origin. Scanning electron microscopes reveal growth bands on some samples that mirror layered deposits seen in modern concretions. Yet other spheres show fine radial thread-like patterns, more like biological growth or man-made ceramics than freestanding mineral deposits. Efforts to copy the spheres in the lab have had mixed results. Researchers have successfully grown round concretions by mimicking groundwater chemistry and holding grains of sand in turning drums. The resulting beach ball concretions, however, typically measure a few millimeters across and lack the density and hardness of their South African cousins. Could repeating the exact temperature and chemical shifts of the pyrophyllite beds, conditions spanning countless centuries, produce larger, tougher spheres, or are we missing an unknown trigger that once sped up their formation? Alongside the balls lie flattened discs, lozenges of pyrophyllite bearing slight curves and bands of iron. Some have suggested these are cross-sections of spheres broken during early digging. Others see them as separate objects, flattened coins or markers serving a purpose we can no longer guess. The presence of such shapes complicates the story, hinting at variety within the set of concretions and raising questions about the range of rock processes at work. Local spoken traditions passed down among Afrikaans. Farming communities speak of waterholes and strange stones rumored to cure sickness or bring good luck. These stories, while modern in origin, add layers of human meaning to the spheres. In nearby markets, tourists buy polished samples as curios or charms, giving them energies no tool can measure. Yet under these stories lies a deeper current, an unspoken recognition that the spheres are more than just stones. They are messages from an era that came before our species, whispers from a time when Earth's surface was still settling, its life traces scarce. Field rock experts note that spheres taken from deeper pyrophyllite layers tend to be more round and harder, suggesting a link between burial depth pressure and mineral aging. Yet once brought to the surface, many spheres quickly weather, their fine layers flaking under rain and sun. This weakness shows how fragile their survival is and how urgently new finds must be recorded before erosion claims them. Drone-mounted LiDAR surveys have mapped dozens of sphere-bearing layers across a 10-kilometer stretch, far more than the few dozen samples once known to exist. In some pits, nearly every cubic meter of rock yields a handful of spheres, while in others, they are rare. What controlled where they formed? Were they concentrated along old stream channels where groundwater flow was strongest? Or did microbial mats, now gone, trigger iron buildup in specific layers? The mix of biology and geology in Precambrian sediments remains an active area of study, one where each sphere might serve as a tiny lab for Earth's earliest ecosystems. Interestingly, rare hollow spheres have been found. their insides reachable through natural cracks. Inside lie delicate cross-hatched mineral crystals, goethite needles spreading from the core. These inner patterns tell of sudden starts and limited growth that echo deep within the planet's crust. Yet why would some spheres stay hollow while others fill completely? Does this reflect changing pulses in groundwater chemistry, or perhaps alternating flows of acidic and alkaline water? As we pick up a final handful of spheres at sunset, the wind carrying dust in long, wispy trails, the balls rest in our palms, cold, heavy, and strangely alive. Each one is a sign of forces beyond human knowledge, shaped by time, pressure, and chemistry, in a story that began before continents drifted or oxygen filled the air. They stand as silent messengers from a planet in its youth, challenging us to read the code written in their curves. What then are the Klerksdorp spheres, geological byproducts of old waters shaped by molecular dance and crystal precision, or echoes of a lost intelligence that left no other marks on the rock? Could they be both? A mix of natural process and human wonder, inviting us to see art in stone. And if future generations uncover new layers of spheres, each with subtle differences, what larger story will appear about Earth's early ages? As the mind's floodlights flicker to life and the shadows grow long across the terraces, the spheres lie waiting, silent, unreadable, and infinitely round. Their story is far from finished, their secrets still hidden within banded layers of iron and time, and so we leave them to their old sleep, our questions echoing in the hollow rooms of their mineral cores. What hidden chapters remain in the long story of this planet, waiting for the patient eye to bring them once again into the light? Chapter 23. The Glozell Tablets. As the sun sets over the dusty quarries of South Africa, where old balls lie half-buried under wind-blown terraces, our journey of puzzling artifacts carries us now northward across the English Channel to a small farmstead in the rolling countryside of central France. Here, under fields of wheat and canola untouched for thousands of years, a discovery in 1924 would spark one of archaeology's longest-running arguments: the Glozell Tablets. Imagine standing at the edge of a ploughed field just before dawn, the earth still cool under heavy boots. In a shallow pit, fragments of baked clay emerge, broken pieces carved with lines, symbols, and the faint mark of human fingers. Nearby, a handful of small stones engraved with characters lay half-buried alongside burned bone and bits of burnt grain. The air is still, even the crows seem to hover at the edge of the light. What hand carved these signs, and for what purpose were they once pressed into clay? The site at Glozell, near the village of the same name, was uncovered by young farmer Émile Fradin and his grandfather, who had been tilling the field for a new barn foundation. Within weeks, hundreds of artifacts, nearly 3,000 in all, came to light. Tablets and plaques bearing carved symbols, small ceramic statues of human-like figures, flint tools, and a handful of tiny tablets carved from stone. Under the flicker of Fradin's oil lamp, the tablets glowed with the promise of a lost script, possibly the oldest writing in Europe, predating even the Linear A of Minoan Crete. Word of the find reached local officials, and soon professional diggers and experts arrived, drawn by the chance to rewrite prehistory. Carbonized grains gave tentative carbon dates, first around 1200 BC, then in some tests as early as 3000 BC. Mainstream institutions balked at these claims, noting that the symbols looked a lot like medieval scratches and even modern letters. Could a farmer have unknowingly dug up a Neolithic archive? Or had someone planted fakes to trick the scientific community? Early diggers reported the tablets in layered layers under untouched soil, a setting suggesting true age. Fragments found near hearths contained soot and animal bone, hinting at home use or ritual deposit. Yet skeptics pointed out that the field had been ploughed for decades. Disturbance from farming might have mixed materials of different ages, hiding their true origins. When well-known French archaeologist René Dussault visited the site, he called the tablets unlikely, a hoax done by Fradin or local tricksters. Others, like Czech researcher Bedřich Hrozný, saw clear sign groups that hinted at a structured writing system, perhaps a local form of Indo-European or Anatolian scripts. As arguments swirled, physical tests gave conflicting results. Thermoluminescence dating of ceramics in the 1980s suggested some pieces had been buried for a long time, matching old age, while other samples gave modern firing temperatures more like recent making. Microscope analysis found wear patterns on certain tablets that could only have come from centuries of handling. Yet a handful of pieces bore tool marks very similar to 20th century steel blades. Faced with dispute, the French government arrested Fradin in 1927 on charges of forgery. Local villagers protested, saying the young man was honest, while an international petition gathered signatures from experts who believed the evidence deserved more study. Fradin was eventually cleared, but the damage to Glözel's reputation was done. The site was declared too controversial for official digging, and most artifacts ended up scattered across private collections and small local museums. Mainstream archaeology largely set aside the Glözel material, sending it to the edges of early writing debates. But a dedicated group of researchers kept studying the tablets, listing over 200 distinct sign types and showing repeating patterns, an arrangement one expert compared to sound groups or syllable scripts. Could these symbols represent a unique European writing system used for accounting, ritual chants, or memory aids? Examples from ancient Near Eastern traditions suggest that small clay tablets served as offering tokens or reminders, not necessarily as full documents. The presence of small statues at Glözel, human and animal figures carved with surprising skill, supports the idea of ritual use. Were the tablets tokens of oaths, charms against sickness, or records of moon cycles needed for farming life? If so, what calendar did they follow? And how did villagers of this remote area connect themselves to wider Bronze Age networks? Beyond scholarly debate, fringe ideas have woven the Glözel tablets into larger conspiracies. A handful of writers have suggested they represent the lost knowledge of a pre-Judaic culture, an advanced priesthood wiped out by later Iron Age migrations. Others bring up Atlantis survivors, bits of a before-the-flood civilization whose script survived only in this remote corner of Burgundy. Such ideas find little support in the ground layers, yet they live on in popular accounts, showing our longing for mythical origins to explain archaeological oddities. The tablet's pictures add further interest. Some signs look like the letter shapes of Phoenician alphabets. Others look eerily like simple drawings of human bodies or star patterns. In one clay piece, a central disc is surrounded by radiating lines, an image some read as a sun symbol, others as a spinning wheel or a spoked chariot wheel. If star watching lay behind these designs, could Glözel have served as an observatory, a local hub for tracking equinoxes and solstices? But no remains of raised platforms or alignments with land features have been recorded. Yet the fields ploughing may have wiped away such proof. Efforts to reassemble the tablets digitally using pattern recognition software have begun to yield tempting patterns. Certain sign sequences repeat at the beginnings or ends of tablets, perhaps working as standard headers or closing affirmations. If the tablets record language rather than simple symbols, they might represent one of the few traces of Western European Bronze Age languages, tongues otherwise lost to time. Could these be early forms of Celtic, Ligurian, or entirely unknown dialects that vanished without a trace after the Roman conquest? Chemical tests of the clay point to a local source, nearby clay pits whose sediments match the tablet's mineral makeup. This weakens arguments for 20th century forgery, suggesting the artifacts were indeed made from the earth under Glözel. Yet some pieces contain unusual trace elements: tin, manganese, and even small amounts of lead, elements that could come from bronze furnace waste. Does this hint at nearby bronze-working shops, a local metalworking tradition long since abandoned? If the tablets were part of a larger craft economy, tracking production, moving finished goods, what other workshops have yet to be found? In recent years, renewed digs at Glozal have moved forward under academic watch. Ground surveys have found odd shapes under untouched layers, possible hearths, pits, and building features that promise a setting for the tablets. A select team of experts from different fields, archaeologists, epigraphers, chemists, and ethnographers, has listed and saved hundreds of pieces in a climate-controlled storage, allowing for non-destructive testing and high-detail imaging. Yet every new find seems to spawn fresh questions. A fresh shard with a unique sign, never seen before, raises issues of whether the sign list is complete. A piece bearing traces of human blood, detected by immune tests, suggests tablets may have been blessed with sacrificial offerings or blood pacts. If so, what god or spirit ruled over such rites? Local folklore speaks of an old earth goddess whose worship faded under Gallo-Roman influence. Could the tablets keep her name and prayers? As you step out of the dim lab and back into the fields where wheat sways in the wind, the Glozal tablets lie buried once again in the fertile soil. Their clay surfaces carry the faint kiss of sun and rain, at once fragile and lasting. They remind us that the past is rarely a closed book. Instead, it is a palimpsest layered with human hopes, fakes, and lost technologies. Each scratch of a symbol, a challenge to our assumptions. What script did the makers of Glozal mean to leave behind? Was it a local shorthand for trade, a spiritual language of ritual, or a true writing system waiting to be read? And if the tablets truly date to the 3rd millennium BC, what does that reveal about the spread of reading and symbolic thought across Neolithic Europe? In the quiet of the French countryside, as crows circle overhead and the wind ripples through green shoots, the Glozal tablets wait patiently for the next careful look, the next tentative idea. Their mystery remains unsolved, their language untranslated, but their silent presence draws us ever onward, deeper into the maze of history's buried voices. Chapter 24. The Copper Scrollers. The broken symbols of Glozal's clay tablets fade from view. We turn our attention once more to the old shores of the Dead Sea, where sunlight slants into the wide mouth of Qumran Cave 3. Here, in the quiet of limestone walls carved by wind and water over thousands of years, a different kind of artifact awaits. One made not from clay, but from metal. This is the Copper Scroll, a treasure both literal and literary, whose folded leaves whisper of hidden wealth and vanished holy places. Imagine going into that high, narrow cave in 1952, your lantern beam dancing over dusty rubble and broken potsherds. Then from a ledge above, archaeologist Gerald Lancaster Harding pried loose 3 corroded plates, 1st century AD copper, carved on both sides with hundreds of lines of hard-to-read text. When repair workers later separated and flattened the once-rolled sheets, a kind of map emerged. A list of 64 hiding places across Judean hills and valleys, each entry marking stashes of gold, silver, incense, temple vessels, and perhaps the treasures taken from Jerusalem in AD 70. Unlike the fragile paper scrolls that crumble at a breath, the copper scroll lasts, its metal letters cut deep against the coating of centuries. The script is clearly Hebrew, though the style matches the Hasmonean or early Herodian period, somewhere between 125 BC and AD 70. Yet its content seems to come after the Roman destruction of Jerusalem, hinting that rebels or temple guards buried holy wealth to protect it from invading armies. If so, the scroll may represent a last act of defiance, a record of Israel's, or more precisely, Palestine's most precious offerings, meant to be retrieved in a time of renewal. Most experts see the Copper Scroll as a document of remarkable detail. In the ruin that is in the valley of Acre, under a carob tree to the west with its entrance to the east, 40 talents of silver. Such precise directions, trees, cisterns, tombs, suggest a close knowledge of the land. If taken at face value, the scroll points to hidden rooms under the ruins of old forts, cisterns in abandoned sites, and bits of man-made caves long since sealed by rubble and time. Yet modern trips, armed with metal detectors, ground-penetrating radar, and detailed topographical maps, have found nothing matching the scroll's promises. Did the treasure disappear centuries ago, taken by thieves? Or was the treasure never there at all? The scroll itself a work of symbolic longing rather than a real guide. The scroll's unusual material, copper, not papyrus or parchment, adds to its air of secrecy. Carving on metal in the desert heat would have required forges, fuel, and major effort. Why choose such a tough but bulky material? Perhaps because the Hebrews meant this list to survive even the worst fires. Papyrus might burn in the temple fire, but copper lasts. If guards hid the holy vessels and fled into exile, they could bury this scroll at a known spot, sure it would outlast other scrolls and hopes alike. Yet here, another question arises. Where was the scroll itself hidden? Harding found the plates in a clay jar set in a niche high in the cave wall, out of reach for casual visitors. Why place such an important document in Cave 3 when other scrolls lay in Caves 1 and 4? Was the copper scroll kept separate to shield it from curious eyes, reachable only to a select few who knew the cave's secret path? Or did it arrive later, perhaps carried by refugees running from Roman revenge who needed a safe place to hide their map of buried wealth? Beyond mainstream readings, speculative ideas explore the scroll's deeper meanings. Some suggest that the treasure listed was not temple gold at all, but shared funds of the Qumran sect, a hidden treasury built from pilgrim gifts and farm tithes. Perhaps the scroll records deposits meant to fund a new Jerusalem waiting for the Messianic age. In this light, the copper scroll becomes a charter of hope. Its hidden silver meant to rebuild a purer society once divine time arrived. Then there are more sensational ideas. A handful of writers have drawn links between the Copper Scrolls list and the Templars' legendary hoard, suggesting that Crusader knights found the scroll in the 1100s and used it to take holy wealth, smuggling it back to Europe. This idea leans on vague medieval references to strange Hebrew plates found near the Dead Sea, mentions that may well refer to other finds or to hearsay rather than first-hand knowledge. Yet the attraction lives on. Could the secrets of Cave 3 have traveled far beyond Palestine's dry hills, hiding in hidden vaults under European monasteries? Even within academic circles, readings differ. Some experts argue the scroll uses a special code. Each entry's number, values, and letter shortcuts have ritual meaning beyond simple bookkeeping. Others see calendar references. The first day of the third month appears many times, possibly marking festival dates when the treasure was to be taken out for community feasts or offerings. If so, the scroll reads as both a list and a worship calendar, mixing material wealth with holy time. Efforts to find the treasures have repeatedly come up empty. In the 1960s and again in the 1990s, small teams staked out likely sites, old forts above Wadi Qumran, cisterns near Ain Feshka, but found only rubble and broken pottery. Could the scroll's geography have shifted over centuries? The valley's course may have changed. Stone landmarks crumbled and place names lost. When the scroll names the waters of Sebka, does it refer to today's salt flat or to another drying pool now buried by desert sands? In a landscape that changes slowly yet steadily, even the best map can become unreadable. Digital reconstructions have tried to overlay the Copper Scroll's instructions onto high-detail satellite images, seeking geometric crossings between known ruins and the scroll's coordinates. A few promising matches have appeared, strange dips near old tombs, stone platforms half buried, but none have yielded artifacts. Each hint sparks new trips, yet each returns with the same emptiness. The weight of history and the lightness of hope in equal measure. Chemical tests of the scroll itself show traces of oils and resins, anointing substances perhaps used to preserve the metal or bless the words. Under magnification, pitting patterns in the copper suggest the plates were shaped and carved before burial, not scratched hastily underground. The gaps between letters are even, the lines straight. A sign of practiced hands, likely professionals skilled in letter design. Who were these carvers? Temple priests, rebel writers, or skilled workers trained in metalwork? Their identities remain as shadowy as the caves that hid their work. In the quiet of Qumran's caves, the copper scroll rests sealed behind glass, its plates carefully protected from the air. Yet when you stand before it, you feel the chill of hidden rooms, the echo of footsteps approaching buried vaults, and the faint pulse of hope that centuries of seekers must have felt. What would happen when the first pot of silver came to light? Would the desert sky light up with joy, or draw the armies of Rome once more into these broken hills? The copper scroll's greatest power lies in its refusal to give up its treasure. It challenges us to question the very nature of wealth, faith, and memory. Is the true treasure the gold and silver long since used up by time and war? Or the scroll's sign of human hope, carved in copper, so that even the fires of conquest could not erase it? And so as we close the final fold of this metal book and step back into the desert light, we are left with an open question. Under which rock, under which slope, under which nameless ledge might the treasures of the copper scroll still lie, waiting for the day when history and discovery at last come together and the secrets of Cave 3 emerge once more into the world above? Chapter 25. The Inga stone, just as the copper scroll's metal leaves whispered of hidden vaults under Qumran's cliffs, we now travel half a world away to the thunderous roar of the Paraná River's waterfalls in southern Brazil. Here, on the rocky banks of the Rio Inga, near the village of Agua Branca, stands a stone sign of a lost moment in human or perhaps pre-human history, the Inga stone. Arrive at dawn, when mist rises from the river's foam and sunlight spots the polished surfaces of jagged quartzite. Set in a shallow dip of the cliff face is a flat slab nearly 3 meters wide and 2 meters high. Its dark grey surface carved with hundreds of grooves, spirals, lines and circles. The carvings shine with the sheen of centuries of water wash, their edges rounded by rain and flood, yet their patterns remain sharp and clear. From a distance, they look like the notes of a complex piece of music or the star charts of a forgotten sky. What minds, what hands could have sketched such a detailed pattern into living rock? Experts have long argued over the origins of the Inga petroglyphs. Mainstream archaeology places the carvings within the larger tradition of South American rock art, crediting them to early Tupi or other now extinct native groups. Carbon samples of organic matter found in nearby shelters suggest human presence in the Inga region as early as 6000 BC, though the carvings themselves resist direct dating. Style comparisons link them to other Paraná basin sites, though nowhere else does the number or apparent complexity match the Inga stone. Could the slab represent a regional masterpiece, the high point of a local tradition of earthwriting? Many researchers see the carvings as maps or calendar tools. The long parallel grooves might chart the river's changing course or mark the sun's rising at the solstices along the horizon. Spiral designs, some circular, others overlapping, could record moon cycles or flood patterns important for seasonal planting, yet the mix of symbols defies simple reading. In some sections, small cup marks cluster like star fields. In others, arrow-like lines spread from central points as if showing direction of flow. If the Inga stone served as both map and calendar, Who read it? Shamans in earth huts? Pilgrims stargazers gathering at the waterfall's edge? Or was it meant for an audience far beyond the river's banks? Field surveys have traced over 400 distinct signs across the Inga site, more than at any other Brazilian rock art location. The sheer size of the carving, stretching across 3 connected slabs, suggests a group effort, one that required teamwork among dozens of workers using stone chisels and relying on simple guides of wood and charcoal. How did a society without metal tools achieve such precision? Some hands-on diggers have shown that repeated scraping with quartz-tipped tools, combined with gritty sand and water, can yield remarkably smooth grooves, but only after months of steady work. What drove such dedication of time and labor? Ritual devotion, environmental need, a quest to record knowledge beyond the reach of speech. Traditional Tupi-Guarani spoken histories speak of spirits of the water and earthbound makers of stone. Yet no direct legend links the carvings to specific myths. Modern elders in Agua Branca recall hearing tales from their grandparents of a great teaching rock used by shamans to chart the sky and guide hunters along hidden paths. These memories, recorded only in the mid-1900s, suggest that the carvings kept their cultural meaning long after their original creators were gone. Could bits of those old stories survive in the elders' metaphors? Clues to a ritual function that mixed astronomy, water science, and social order? Beyond the local setting, the Inga stone has drawn attention for its apparent math patterns. Early in the 1900s, Portuguese engineer Antonio Beltrão studied a section of spirals and found ratios close to pi and the golden ratio, a finding echoed by later researchers. Were these engravings a casual result of practical surveying, or did they reflect a more formal knowledge of geometry? If so, where did these ideas come from? Comparisons to stone circles in Europe and Bronze Age carvings in India have stirred talk of ocean crossing in old times, an idea that mainstream study rejects for lack of proof. Yet the mere suggestion speaks to our fascination with shared math insights across cultures. Fringe readings push the mystery even deeper. Some fans propose that the Inga carvings encode star maps of constellations no longer visible from Earth, sites saved in rock long after the stars' positions shifted. Others see the slab as a storehouse of alien instructions meant for a race that once visited Earth's surface. Though these ideas find no support in careful fieldwork, they highlight the slab's power to inspire wonder beyond normal frameworks. More down-to-earth yet still speculative ideas consider the possibility of earthquake or flood origins for some markings. Could long straight grooves record the traces of rock slides, or old floodlines carved by powerful torrents, or shifting ground in a landscape where rivers can rise tens of meters in a single rainy season? The line between natural scratch and human carving can blur, yet the careful crossings of lines over natural cracks suggest deliberate work rather than random wear. How then did the carvers choose which cracks to follow and which to ignore? Ground surveys have revealed extra panels of the Inga stone under seasonal floodwaters, sections of rock only visible in the dry season. These lower carvings bear simpler patterns, circles and dots, more like cup marks found in Europe and Africa. Does the change in complexity reflect different phases of use, with earlier people marking simpler signs and later generations adding to them? If so, the Inga site may record a multi-thousand-year conversation between people and place, each generation adding new knowledge on top of the old. Despite decades of study, the Inga stone remains amazingly intact. Unlike other petroglyph sites that suffer from graffiti or erosion, the Inga carvings are protected by local conservation efforts. Volunteers keep paths clear, put up signs, and watch the site against damage. Yet such efforts cannot guard against the slow wear of weather, nor the steady creep of tourists' feet. Each visit, though measured and respectful, risks blurring the very edges we try to save. In the cool quiet of the evening, as the river's roar fades into soft ripples, the Inga stone stands unmoved, its grooves tracing a web of questions. Who first chose this cliff face? And why here, where water thundered and mists rose like ghosts? What knowledge did they carve into rock? Star charts, geography, spiritual beliefs, or something beyond our labels? And if we walk these grooves in the years to come, pressing fingertips to old lines, will we feel the echo of lost voices guiding us deeper into mysteries still unsolved? The Inga stone invites us to slow down, to let the river's rhythms and the stone's silent script seep into our senses. It asks us to remember that human history is more than dynasties and wars. It is also the act of marking place and time, of weaving knowledge into the very bones of the land. And as we step away from its carved face, we carry with us not answers, but a question that lasts. What secrets remain hidden in those spirals and lines, waiting for the right eye to uncover them at last? Chapter 26. The Piri Race Mappers. The misty carvings of the Inga stone give way to the roar of Brazil's waterfalls behind us. Our journey continues across 1,500 seas to a small Ottoman shipyard on the Asian shore of the Mediterranean. There, in the cool lamplight of Topkapi Palace, a piece of parchment lies unrolled, a map whose aged edges show a world both known and unknown, the 1513 chart of Piri Race. Imagine stepping into the writing room where this map was once laid out, the smell of ink and vinegar lingering in the air. A single oil lamp lights up a half-meter square of drawn coastline, the curves of North Africa's bulging west coast, the outlines of the Iberian Peninsula, and the wooded shores of Brazil's eastern edge. Strange, too, are the islands that curve below the equator, pearls of land no sailor trusted to the Mediterranean would have charted with confidence. Tiny ships sail the Atlantic swells, their sails blowing toward a horizon yet to be named. Piri Reis, an admiral of the Ottoman Navy and nephew of the famed corsair Kemal Reis, wrote a short note that still calls to scholars. I have compiled from 8 Mappae Mundi, 24 Indian maps, and 4 newly captured Portuguese charts. These lost sources, Arab maps of the Mediterranean, Indian Ocean sea charts, and early Portuguese pilot books, lie behind the parchment's survival. But what of the accuracy with which the New World's eastern coast appears less than 2 decades after Columbus first saw it? How did Piri Reis plot the curve of South America's coastline, the mouths of great rivers, and the shape of an island-rich archipelago with such care? Most historians credit Piri's access to Portuguese charts taken during naval fights off Cape São Vicente in 1501 and 1505. Portuguese sailors, including Bartholomew Dias and Vasco da Gama and their pilots, had surveyed Africa's coast and ventured into the South Atlantic. Their Portolan charts, full of rum lines and compass roses, provided the backbone for Piri's remake. By combining those with maps of European shores long familiar to Mediterranean sailors, he wove together a patchwork that, in Piri's own words, honored the generosity of Sultan Selim Thet. Yet even within standard readings, questions arise. The southern reaches of the map, beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, appear to show a landmass that seems to stretch farther south than known at the time. Some suggest Piri Reis included a guessed Antarctic coastline drawn from an old source no longer there, believing it to be part of a southern continent long rumoured by Greek geographers. Critics note, however, that the picture lacks the mountain features needed to match real Antarctic land. Instead, it may reflect twisted reports of Tierra del Fuego or even phantom islands reported by cross-Atlantic explorers. Is this an early look at an ice-covered continent, or merely the echo of sailors' tales carried north by the Gulf Stream? Another puzzle lies in the map's scale. The northern and central sections, Europe and North Africa, join smoothly with little distortion, while the South Atlantic's width appears narrowed and the equatorial zone thickened. Early 1900s geographer Charles Hapgood argued that the map used an advanced projection, possibly a polar azimuthal projection, suggesting complex math knowledge. Most map experts dismiss this as chance born of Portolan line traditions rather than deliberate projection. Yet the idea lives on. Did Piri Reis or his sources have math methods more advanced than commonly thought for that time? The map's border is lined with tiny notes, wind roses, latitude marks, and geographic comments. In one corner, Piri writes of an island called Hispaniola, abundant in gold, and warns of a rocky shoal that kills ships. These notes match Columbus's own journal entries, suggesting Piri had access to first-hand pilot logs. But the mention of 7 wooded islets to the south, possibly the Lesser Antilles, comes a few years before their European discovery. Did Piri's sources include pre-Columbian native charts passed from shipwrecked sailors, or did he mix hearsay with Navy intelligence from captured Spanish crews? Speculative accounts push these puzzles into more exotic areas. A handful of writers have claimed that the Antarctic coastline on the map reflects a pre-glacial shoreline from before the last ice age, and that Piri Reis had bits of a map dating to a vanished civilization that surveyed Antarctica when it was mild. Mainstream experts point out that the distortion could simply be Tierra del Fuego, placed too far south. Still, the appeal of a lost map tradition that charted ice-free polar lands captures the imagination, hinting at knowledge we have yet to recover. The Piri Reis map's piecemeal survival complicates any clear reading. Only the western third of the original chart remains. The rest was lost or used for firewood during a naval campaign. What other coastlines and notes once graced the parchment? Did a more complete map include the Gulf of Mexico, the North American seaboard, or the Pacific Islands seen by Magellan a decade later? We may never know, but each remaining inch of parchment brings to life a world in transformation, where the medieval Mediterranean gave way to the first hints of global awareness. Efforts to rebuild the missing sections have ranged from digital guesses based on portolan grids to comparison studies with later 1500s Ottoman charts. These reconstructions suggest that Piri's full map likely stretched from Greenland's southern shores, wrapped around Europe and Africa, across the Atlantic to Brazil, and possibly swept into the Caribbean and Pacific edges. But every reconstruction is tentative, a guess pressed into the shape of surviving lines. Beyond map concerns, the Piri Reis map represents the meeting of cultures: Ottoman, Iberian, Arab, and perhaps even bits of older Greek and Phoenician sea lore. It reminds us that knowledge of the world's seas was never owned by a single nation. Rather, it moved, captured in charts, copied by scribes, shared by prisoners of war, whispered among pilot guilds. In Piri's own dedication, he honors the scholars, the navigators, and the men of learning, whose charts I combined with care. As we stand before the faded parchment in the quiet of Topkapi Palace's archive, we are struck by its lastingness and fragility. Copper-based paints have flaked off, the parchment darkened, yet the words and lines stay carved into history. The map bears witness to triumphs of exploration and the gaps that always remain. Coastlines uncharted, peoples unrecorded, technologies yet to be invented. And so, as this chapter of our long story draws to a close, we reflect on the Piri Reis map's lasting puzzle. How a single sheet of parchment could capture the outlines of lands barely known, weave together sources lost to time, and hint at continents beyond the horizon. Does it call us to search for the missing pieces, buried in archives or lost to flames? Or does it remind us that every map, no matter how accurate, is also a sign of uncertainty, marking what we know and what remains hidden in the dark waters beyond our sight? The answer lies waiting, folded in the mapmaker's hand, awaiting the next curious eye to unfold its secrets. Chapter 27. The Al-Ubaid Lizardmen. Figurines as the Piri race maps Portolan lines fade into the dim glow of Topkapi Palace's archives, we travel once more into the dawn of civilization. This time to the flooded plains of southern Mesopotamia, where the first stirrings of settled life gave rise to rituals and beliefs we are still trying to understand. It is here, at the prehistoric site of Al-Ubaid, that diggers in the 1920s uncovered a most curious set of artifacts. Small clay figurines crafted some 6,000 years ago that bear uncanny likenesses to creatures part human, part reptile. These are the Al-Ubaid lizardmen. Imagine stepping into the low sun of an Iraqi plain, the Tigris burbling past reed-lined banks and early channels once used for watering crops. Among the remains of simple mud brick houses, structures clustered around an open plaza, you look into a shallow pit where the first figurine was found. Placed carefully beside bits of painted pottery and the twisted roots of date palms, the figurine stands just a few centimeters high, its body sturdy, its limbs stubby, and its head long with large almond-shaped eyes. A row of small ridges runs down its spine, suggesting scales or a back crest. Its arms are curved, ending in short fingers that flare like flippers. The whole shape is stylized, yet the effect is clear. This is no ordinary human figure, but something seen, sketched, and then pressed into clay. In later seasons, more than a dozen similar figures appeared, some nearly identical, others showing small differences in pose and decoration. A handful hold tiny leaf-like objects, their bellies round as if pregnant, while others clutch simple tools. Were these charms honoring a mythical water ancestor, or images used in rituals meant to call on the fertility of the marshlands? Most diggers note that the Ubaid culture worshipped water gods, and many temple shrines included snake and fish designs painted in swirling patterns on pottery. Perhaps these lizardmen represent a mixed water god, a go-between for land and river, representing the life-giving power of watering in this dry birthplace of farming. Yet the figurines stand apart from the more familiar animal forms of Ubaid art. Their human-like shapes demand a different explanation. Could they be portraits of masked priests wearing reptile costumes during water rituals? Examples from other cultures point to ritual disguises documented among later Mesopotamian societies, crocodile masks and snakeskin cloaks worn during festival processions. If so, the lizard men may capture a moment of change, when humans through dance and ceremony took on the qualities of the creatures they respected. But the figurines' features, large unblinking eyes and scaled ridges, also invite more speculative readings. A few writers have suggested that Al-Ubaid's artists depicted actual hybrids, strange individuals born with extra limbs or reptile-like skin conditions, saved in clay as living oddities. Could such rare mutations have impressed a farming society enough to raise these people into the realm of the divine? The very realism of the eyes, the careful modeling of the spine, might hint at a first-hand meeting rather than a purely symbolic creation. Even more provocative are the minority voices arguing for lost chapters of human prehistory. They ask whether these figurines could record a meeting with a non-human species, reptile-faced visitors from elsewhere, written down in the only medium available to Neolithic potters. In this vein, the Al-Ubaid lizardmen join the ranks of unexplained artifacts elsewhere in the world. Clay heads on the North Sea coast, snake-like gods in Mesoamerica, sparking questions of whether a worldwide reptile tradition once existed and what it meant. Returning to firmer ground, we must consider the Ubaid setting, a time when the Tigris-Euphrates delta was a mix of marshes, channels, and small villages linked by seasonal flows. Water was both life and threat. Floods could drown crops while drought stalled harvests. In other Ubaid settlements, we find irrigation canals and flood control dikes, showing the importance of managing nature's moods. The lizardmen then might represent a part of the shared spirit born of this delicate balance, half human gods to be pleased for fertile fields, half reptile to call on the snakes and fish rising from the river's depths. Digs around the original pit revealed offerings alongside the figurines, burnt dates, shells from the Persian Gulf coast, and copper beads hinting at trade far beyond Alubaid itself. These goods suggest that the figurines were part of a larger ritual economy, where pilgrims or traders left gift offerings to secure water rights or good fishing seasons. If the lizardmen symbolize the line between water and soil, their images may have been central to deals made between communities sharing water channels, agreements carved in clay, as real as any legal paper. Yet hands-on copies of the figurines have not been straightforward. The original artists used fine, well-worked clay mixed with ground shell to stop cracking. Their tools, likely sharpened reeds or bone tools, left precise cuts for scales and eyes. Modern potters using copy materials can make similar shapes, but only with careful control of paste, moisture, and firing heat. The care required suggests these were valued objects, possibly made in temple workshops rather than by home craftspeople. Did each figurine receive offerings in a shrine? Were they buried after use or reused until they broke? The discovery of a single figurine piece in a later Parthian layer raises further questions. Was the lizardman cult revived centuries later, its images reinterpreted by new people finding these old tokens? Or did the piece wash downstream, carried by floods from older layers? The layering of Mesopotamia often confuses diggers. Tell mounds stack village upon village, and sudden floods can push old objects into younger settings. So the Parthian lizardman may be a relic moved by nature rather than a sign of lasting worship. Local Bedouin lore, still spoken in whispers around Alubaid's mounds, tells of a hidden lake of serpents where water rises with no earthly cause. Legendary pools where one might see the reflected scales of divine snakes. Could these tales be distant echoes of the lizardman's original meaning, carried through thousands of years of shifting languages and borders? Or are they later stories added to a puzzling site whose true past lay buried under decades of salt and sand? In recent years, advances in residue testing have let repair workers detect faint traces of paint on some figurines. Reds and greens, once used to highlight eyes and scales. Such color would have made the lizardmen glow in torchlight, their painted forms more lifelike than their weathered surfaces now suggest. What ceremonies brought these colored figures to life? Processions at dawn, when painted bodies of dancers could stand in for the clay idols, or midnight offerings by flickering lamps, the paints flickering like reptile skin under a shaman's breath. Still, the expert consensus remains that the lizardmen reflect a symbolic tradition of water cults in pre-Sumerian Mesopotamia. Their exact origin, use, and meaning, however, resist summary. Each figurine is a small world of its own, scarred by floods and fires, bound into cycles of farm luck, and yet reaching beyond human form into an imagined realm where people and reptiles met. As the wind blows through the reeds along the Tigris and the sun drops below the horizon of mud brick mounds, the Alubaid lizardmen watch in silent witness. Their hollow eyes seem to follow the shifting waters, guardians of a secret that even the earliest cities could not fully grasp. And so we leave their tiny forms behind, half buried once again in the mud and clay, with a question as old as civilization itself. What other mysteries lie hidden in the mud of Mesopotamia, waiting for patient hands and open minds to coax them back into the light? Chapter 28. The Erdstall. Tunnels, as the lizard-haunted banks of the Tigris fade from our minds, we now travel north across the Alps' time-worn spine to the rolling hills and forested meadows of Bavaria, where hidden under the soil in villages and pastures lies an underground puzzle, the Erdstall tunnels. Picture a crisp morning mist drifting over a dew-silvered field. You approach what looks like an innocent hollow in the earth, a low, narrow opening just large enough for a crouching adult to slip inside. A faint chill rises, carrying the smell of damp soil and centuries of untouched air. Here begins the Erdstall, a hidden passage so tight that most explorers must crawl on hands and knees, often pulled onward by the promise of faint daylight at a distant bend. These stone-cut hallways, found in scattered sites across southern Germany, Austria, and parts of the Czech Republic, stretch from a few meters to over 100 meters in length. They sit a meter or two below ground level, carved through soft marl or limestone without stone supports. In some places, the floor slopes steeply down, then rises again toward a blocked exit or a second room. Here and there, low vaults drip with groundwater, leaving walls pitted and rough, yet still clearly shaped by human hands. Diggers date the Erdstall tunnels broadly to the Middle Ages, roughly between AD 1000 and 1500, based on carbon tests of organic debris and the occasional pottery piece found inside. But beyond these clues, the tunnels refuse to tell their story. No trash piles, no skeletons, and no carvings have been found to mark ritual use, to give the builders names, or even to confirm whether these passages were used only once or often. Why build a network of tight single-file hallways with no air shafts or signs of long-term stay? Most theories suggest practical uses, the Erdstall tunnels as escape routes from village raids or fights, temporary hiding spots for outlaws or hunted groups. Some suggest they served as secret storage, root cellars for vegetables like turnips and cheese, kept cool away from surface temperatures. Others see them as simple water channels, though the lack of steady slope and the presence of blocked ends argue against planned drainage. A favoured reading places the Erdstall within the realm of medieval magic and pilgrimage. In an age when folk beliefs mixed Christian faith with leftover pagan rituals, narrow passages that forced the body into submission held symbolic power. Crawling through darkness, emerging again into light, could act out a ritual of death and rebirth. A personal journey in miniature, echoing the walk through Christ's tomb at Easter. Could the tunnels have served as sanctuaries for those seeking forgiveness, their bodies tracing the hardships of their souls? Local folklore adds to this atmosphere of mystery. In villages where Erdstall is known, elders tell tales of children going too deep and hearing voices chanting in the darkness. Calls to walk the maze's length to prove one's bravery, or warnings to turn back, lest the spirits of the earth claim souls for their own. Hunters in nearby woods speak of strange echoes, footsteps just out of sight, or a soft breeze when no wind should blow. Are these echoes the wind whistling through blind niches, or something more uncanny? A lingering presence of those who once crawled these passages? Speculative voices take us further down the rabbit hole. A handful of researchers have proposed that the Erdstall tunnels are remains of prehistoric surveying networks, proto-Roman roads hidden under shifting soil, or mapping tools allowing underground travel in times of extreme heat. The lack of other surface roads in some areas gives a shred of plausibility. Perhaps tunnel builders sought to link hilltop shrines or crypts without being seen. Even more fringe ideas bring in the otherworldly. Some have wondered whether the tunnels were meant to channel energy or serve as paths for travel between dimensions. Though no physical proof supports such claims, the tight symmetry of certain Erdstall layouts, the alignment of entrances with seasonal sunrise points, and the repeated pattern of spiral-like side niches prompt us to wonder whether shape itself held secret meanings now lost to time. Back in the measured world of archaeology, efforts to map the tunnels using ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR have found clusters where multiple Erdstall complexes lie within a few hundred meters of each other, like hidden cells in a buried monastery. In some spots, straight lines mark the landscape, tunnels leading not to exits, but to dead ends carved with small recesses. What was stored in these niches? Wooden idols now rotted away, lamps to guide pilgrims or nothing at all. A simple marker in the earth for reasons we cannot guess. The very tightness of the tunnels remains among their greatest puzzles. A length of only 2 or 3 meters can include 3 right-angle turns, each forcing the crawler to shift shoulder to shoulder, squeezing the body in ways that speed up breathing and heighten fear. Such design seems meant to confuse, to force a slow, thoughtful pace, or to guard against attackers with weapons. If the tunnels were escape routes, their narrowness would slow escapees as much as pursuers. If they were storage, their complexity would make it hard to get goods out. Yet perhaps the builders valued solitude and secrecy above all, a wish to connect with the earth in deep conversation beneath everyday life. In the 2000s, adventurers and researchers put on knee pads and headlamps to go down into Erdstall with careful worry. They record GPS points of each entrance, measure airflow to find possible hidden exits, and send small robots to explore blind passages too narrow for humans. In one Bavarian tunnel, a robot's camera filmed a tiny offshoot no larger than a rabbit's burrow, its end lost in a collapse of soil and roots. Could more rooms lie behind these blockages, waiting for centuries to be opened by patient digging? Chemical tests of air in some tunnels show high levels of radon gas, a natural radioactive element seeping from the bedrock. Was this feature known to medieval builders who prized the tunnel's sterile climate for keeping holy texts or healing herbs? Or is the radon simply a curious byproduct of geology, one we only now detect with modern tools? Despite decades of study, Erdstall remains surprisingly under-recorded. Many entrances lie on private land, their owners unaware of the full size of the underground network under their fields and meadows. Landowners often seal entrances for safety, and diggers face official hurdles to get digging permits. As a result, new finds appear rarely. Each tunnel mapped adds only a handful of meters to the overall recorded length, yet expands the maze of questions that echo under the soil. What then was the Erdstall's true purpose? Were these crawling passages merely practical storage or escape routes? Or did they serve as doors to other worlds, rites of passage enacted under sleeping villages where the living spoke with the dead, or where seekers talked with ancient powers? Do the tunnels connect to surface shrines or now forgotten forts? Or did they let messengers pass unseen between distant hilltop castles, their couriers sliding through the dark in secret? As we come out from our own journey through the Erdstall's low, twisting halls, shoulders scraped, hearts racing, daylight feels sharper, brighter against the sky. The fields above hold the marks of blade and plough, but under them lies a world unmapped, its secrets held in clay, stone, and echoing air. And so, as the sun drops and the countryside settles into dusk, we are left with an ever-present question. What more hallways remain unmarked? What hidden rooms guard relics of medieval faith or prehistoric ritual? And who will be brave enough to crawl the next bend, chasing the shadows of history that still linger in the Erdstall's silent depths? Chapter 29. The Vincha Symbols. Just as the Earth's hidden halls of the Erdstall tunnels gave only questions, our journey now carries us centuries farther back in time and miles eastward to the gentle Danube bend that feeds the rich lower soils of what is today Serbia. Here in farmhouse basements and ploughed fields of Vincha, diggers in the late 1800s began unearthing clay shards carved with mysterious signs, symbols that whisper of a Neolithic world on the edge of writing. Imagine going down into a shadowy cellar under a simple farmhouse. Your lantern skims across rough-hewn beams, and jars of pickled vegetables stacked in corners. Laid out on a low bench are pieces of pottery, jugs, bowls, and figurines, once fired in open-air kilns. Yet what catches your eye are the tiny cuts carved into their surfaces, short strokes and angular wedges, crosses and comb-like patterns, spirals and horizontal lines. In the lamplight, these marks look deliberate, almost meaningful, but their meaning slips through our grasp like smoke. The Vinča culture thrived along the Middle Danube between roughly 5500 and 4500 BC, an era when Europe's first farmers tilled the rich soils and wove the earliest fabrics. Villages like Vinča grew into spreading settlements with houses of wattle and daub lined along straight streets. Under their floors, people buried their dead with clay figurines and chipped stone tools. It was into this setting of growing social complexity that experts first recognized the distinct Danube script, a set of more than 200 individual signs carved or painted onto pottery and small tablets of baked clay. Most diggers agree that the Vinča symbols represent a proto-writing system, an early try at recording information in sign form, well before the Sumerians' cuneiform of 3200 BC. The signs cluster in groups of 2 to 6 per pot, often repeated in the same order on many pots from the same site. Some appear on small plaque-like tablets, suggesting they had value beyond just decoration. Could these have been ownership marks identifying the owner or the potter? Or perhaps tokens noting the contents, a grain offering, a ritual drink, a shipment of salted fish? The steady placement of certain signs at the neck or shoulder of jars suggests a standard labeling system, a remarkable step forward in communication. Yet the leap from proto-writing to full writing requires an agreed link between sign and speech, an achievement some experts hesitate to give to the Vinča people. Critics argue that the symbols lack the sentence structure of true writing and may instead be memory aids or symbolic designs tied to religious or family identities. If so, they still show a mental breakthrough, the ability to put abstract ideas onto lasting surfaces, going beyond the fleeting world of spoken word and gesture. The very lack of longer writings, however, deepens the mystery. No Vinča tablet goes beyond a few signs. No story appears across a series of pots. As other cultures developed picture and syllable writing, the Danube script fell silent, abandoned perhaps in the face of new social pressures, environmental changes, or migrations. Why did this early try vanish, leaving no later systems? Was the script too specialized for a single purpose, or was it stopped by incoming people favoring different symbols? Speculative ideas reach still further into the unknown. A handful of fringe voices suggest that the Vinča script was not a local invention at all, but the broken remains of an even older pre-Indo-European writing tradition, one that may have spread along river paths long before 5500 BC. They note similarities with symbols found in Anatolia, the Cyclades, and even Crete, suggesting a network of exchange linking Neolithic communities across the Mediterranean and the Balkans. Yet no clear set of shared signs appears in the archaeological record. Each area's symbols keep their own forms and settings. Other readings attach sky meanings to certain designs. A cross-like sign seen often across Vinča sites has been read as a sun wheel. Spirals suggest water or the underworld. Comb-like signs might represent sheaves of grain or the ploughed lines of fields. If the script were tied to farming cycles, might it record seasonal festivals or rules? Notes on when to sow and when to reap, carved into the very pots that held the community's food. In a world still tied to dawn and dusk, flood and drought, such a symbolic language would be a lifeline, linking human survival to nature's rhythms. In recent years, high-detail imaging of some Vinča tablets has shown faint traces of paint in carved grooves, tiny specks of red and black that suggest the signs were once painted, not merely cut. This added color might have made them easier to read in low torchlight or signal different categories: ritual versus practical, male versus female, clan A versus clan B. Yet paints vanish over time, and chemical tests can only hint at their original makeup. What stories did those painted signs tell to Neolithic eyes, and what voices spoke the names behind those symbols? Digs across Serbia have uncovered dozens of Vinča sites, yet only a handful yield carved artifacts. Most villages, though from the same time, produced no script at all, raising the question of who had access to this technology, and why only certain scribes or priests knew the signs, guarding knowledge as power. Or was the script a home skill used by potters and traders, but later lost when settlements moved or people shifted? Beyond the Danube's fertile floodplain, finds of Vinča-style signs in distant places further complicate the picture. A piece of carved clay turned up in a fishing camp on the Black Sea coast. A single cross design appeared on a spindle whorl in Bulgaria. Such finds suggest that the signs traveled with craftsmen or traders, but their scattered spread highlights how fragile early writing traditions can be, surviving only where conditions favored preservation. Stone tests of Vinča pottery show that clay was taken from local riverbanks, mixed with crushed shells. The same material, fired at low heat, and hand-shaped forms appear across the area. But the script itself is a flourish added only to certain pieces. Hands-on diggers have tried to copy the symbols using period-accurate tools, bone styluses, flint points, charcoal brushes, and confirm that each sign needed thought, not random decoration. The effort put into each mark invites us to slow down and reflect. What drove a Neolithic mind to press that stylus so carefully, carving a visual thought into clay? As evening shadows fall across the Danube terraces, the Vinča tablets call us to think about the nature of symbols and the urgency of memory. They remind us that writing did not spring up fully formed in Sumerian cities, but was preceded by centuries, perhaps millennia, of carved signs, of tries at graphic meaning. In the shimmer of a Vinča shard, we see the moment when humans first struggled with the challenge of turning thought into lasting marks. What then lies hidden in those curved darts and crossbars? Records of grain deliveries, recipes for community feasts, names of respected ancestors, or perhaps thoughts on the movement of stars as seen from the Danube's banks. And if the Vinča script was a passing spark in prehistory, what other flames of symbolic thought flickered and died before our records began? In the quiet of the twilight fields, where glints of broken pottery catch a last ray of sun, the symbols of Vinča wait patiently. Their meaning remains just out of reach, set in clay and time. But for the patient observer, their silent lines still speak. Of Neolithic hands at work, of ideas balanced between the known and the unspeakable, and of mysteries that continue to stir under the earth's surface, waiting for a curious mind to bring them once more into the light. Chapter 30. The Mount Owen Moas. The Neolithic echoes of Vinča's symbols fade under our thoughts. We turn our gaze to a landscape carved by ice and wind far across the globe, to the remote limestone highlands of New Zealand's South Island. Here, atop the jagged ridges of Mount Owen in Kahurangi National Park, a chilling discovery in the underground cave brought us face to face with the very ghosts of a lost world. The Mount Owen Moa. Imagine setting foot at dawn on a narrow ledge overlooking a vast karst plateau. The air crisp with alpine chill. Ferns and moss cling to cracked rock faces, and the distant call of a solitary kea, New Zealand's mountain parrot, echoes across the valleys. Tucked into this wild land lies a network of caves, their entrances hidden under overhangs and rockfalls. It was in one such cave in 1986 that caver Michael Dawson and a small team of biologists first found the extraordinary. A nearly complete skeleton of a giant bird, preserved in fine limestone mud, connected as if ready to walk once more across the beech forest floors. The moa, a symbol of New Zealand's lost giant birds, were thought to have vanished by the late 1400s, driven to extinction by the first human settlers, the Maori, who hunted them and burned forests to reshape the land. Yet here lay the bones of a South Island giant moa, Dinornis robustus, entombed not in a shallow trash heap, but in a mud-filled niche far from known hunting sites. Carbon dating placed its death at around 3,200 years ago, centuries before Polynesian canoes first touched these shores. The Mount Owen find thus offered a snapshot of moa life in a world untouched by human hands. Mainstream fossil experts quickly saw the importance of the specimen. Its bones were remarkably undisturbed. Vertebrae lined up, leg bones intact, and even the delicate hip parts preserved. Feather shafts, too, survived in impressions along the thigh bone, hinting at the thick feathers that once covered a creature almost 3 meters tall at the shoulder. Chemical tests of collagen gave clues to the bird's diet. Signs of tussock grasses and alpine shrubs, revealing an animal suited to high-elevation niches rather than the lowland forests favored by other moa species. Yet questions soon grew. Why had this particular moa gone to the heights of Mount Owen? Caves with mud gullies deep enough to preserve bodies are rare. Most remains wash into riverbeds or dry out. The Mount Owen specimen lay in a room reachable only through a vertical shaft, requiring ropes and climbing gear. Did the bird fall into a hidden sinkhole, mistaking it for soft ground under matted plants? Or had it sought refuge in the cool dark, perhaps to escape predators such as Hust's eagle, only to become trapped when its own weight broke through a fragile mud floor? Rock surveys of the cave's sediment layers uncovered tempting clues. The mud in which the moa lay was part of a series of flash flood deposits, suggesting that heavy rains often sent fine silt into the room, burying any organic remains within hours. Nearby stalagmites bore thin bands of clay, showing repeated floods. Could the moa have been caught in a sudden downpour? A mountain storm driving water and mud down hidden shafts, leaving its body sealed under tons of sediment before any scavenger could reach it. Equally mysterious is a single footprint found just beyond the skeleton's neck, pressed into the damp clay. In the decades since 1986, the Mount Owen moa has been the subject of careful study and cautious wonder. High-detail CT scans of the thigh bone showed inner structures pointing to an animal in late youth, bones not yet fully fused, marrow tissue hinting at active growth. Did this young giant wander alone, driven uphill by some instinct or environmental shift, only to meet its end in the cave's trap? Stable isotope tests have traced seasonal movements, suggesting that some moa populations went up into alpine zones during summer months, eating nutrient-rich plants beyond the reach of lowland rivals. Yet even as science fills in ecological details, the larger picture remains unclear. No talons, feathers, or bones of other moa species have turned up at similar heights. Mount Owen seems a unique stage for this drama. Was there a small group of highland specialists now vanished without a trace? Or was this lone specimen a wanderer, its life an oddity marked by a tragic room closed forever by mud? Fringe ideas, though not accepted by most experts, push the limits of possibility. Some writers have suggested that the Mount Owen moa's upright posture, hinted at by the connected skeleton, might reveal unexpected balance skills, enabling short bursts of flight or gliding from rocky ledges, now lost as soft tissues decayed. Others thought that the cave acted as a ritual site for early Polynesian or even pre-Polynesian migrants, who may have respected moa bones as charms. Though no other artifacts have been found to support human involvement, the discovery also sparked debates about the potential for old DNA recovery. Early tries to pull mitochondrial sequences from the bone collagen gave only broken snippets, confirming the species, but little else. More recent advances in paleogenomics raise hopes that fuller nuclear genomes might be recovered, unlocking insights into the moa's immune system, growth rates, and relations with other bird groups. Yet each extraction risks damaging the precious specimen, and curators move carefully, balancing the drive for knowledge against the need to save it. In the bigger picture of giant bird extinctions, the Mount Owen moa stands as both exception and example. It reminds us that the world before humans was not only home to large birds, later hunted to oblivion, but also to creatures exploring niches we can hardly imagine. The moa, long declared a symbol of prehistoric loss, here invites us to rethink its life story. Not only its death at human hands, but its ability to survive in harsh, remote landscapes. As we come out of the cave into the pale light of a new day, the mountain crags loom overhead, their tops lost in swirling mist. The room that held the Mount Owen moa remains sealed now, protected by park officials and the delicate balance of archaeology and conservation. But its legacy lives on in museums and labs, in the feathers and bones, but more importantly, in the questions it sows. What other uncharted caves hold the remains of silent watchers, creatures whose lives overlapped with the rhythms of wind and snowfall in ways we have yet to understand? Could more exploration reveal a network of highland refuges that kept moa populations alive long after the forests fell silent? And if we listen closely to the old soils and waters of Mount Owen, might we uncover traces of other lost animals, their stories carved in bone and stone, waiting for the right moment to speak again?